Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are on day 24 of the new account. Yesterday we knocked out a bunch of patron variants, including all of Mert here. Of the 6 variants we prepped in Avernus, we did them all for Mert. Now we're gonna start rocking them out for Ashra. Mute today. We'll also be doing giveaways. We have a lot more codes to go. I forgot to open up that page. We got more codes to give away. We'll be doing that as well. Get things going. Hello, Prab Marco. Hello, Delcoon. Ten Miles says they hit 9 jump rib today. Congratulations. That is so much work. A Briv, including a golden tier dinner X during the event last April. Hit 4 jump in May, and now 7 months later, 9 jump. It's a journey. It is a journey. And now you're done. Now you never have to add anything else to Briv ever again, right? And there are people that went to 14, but I just can't even. I just can't. We're up to 26,000 gems. I'm hoping we hit 50,000 gems today, but we do have plenty of potion reagents to craft with. We need 2, and right now I do need a couple of these. But yeah, I mean, my goal was just after that was to get everybody to like move my average item level floor up to 1,000, and I've mostly done that. But I realized afterwards I could have just done that at 4 jump. Like all those item levels I put on Briv could have just gone to everyone else, and I wouldn't have burnt myself out, and I'd be fine. It's just kind of like 9 jump is kind of like if you plan to go higher than 1,000 average item levels on like as your item level floor across your champions. If you plan to do that, yeah, you might as well go 9 jump. Like if you're shooting for that 10,000 average item level thing that people like to do at the in game, yeah. Otherwise, it's gonna take too long. But if you don't plan on that, because I wasn't planning on that at all, then it's 4 jumps fine. 4 jumps fine. Bravo Marco, 15 steps across the quad. Don't forget the trials run. Yeah, it's later today. Look, see? Look at that. We burned off like half of this. Yesterday it was up here. I was like, you're gonna wonder how the hell we can get through this, but now it's, see? You get to day 6, suddenly it looks doable. Right? We chopped about half. It was out to about here. And we still got more damage to add. That's in like an hour and a half, right? 2 hours. 2 hours. Yeah. Oh, we don't have enough familiars out here. We hit 6 familiars on the first party yesterday. Thanks to Mert and Vajra getting their familiars. Hey, Loxna, hey, Star Chaser. So yeah, we have. Oh no, it was Zariel, Merton Zariel. My bad. We have Merton Zariel's familiars, and Vajra's next. But we'll have 2 more today, Vajra's and Strahd's. And I don't know what I'm doing with those. That sounds like a background. That sounds like they're getting assigned to the background party. Honestly. When am I wearing a New Year hat? I don't have like a New Year's party hat, like one of those. Usually they're like those cardboard things. I don't have one of those because cardboard on this is uncomfortable. But there's probably some kind of hat I could wear on New Year's Eve. I have lots of hats. And Miles says, what's bonkers to me is that I've dumped every contract over the last 8 months into Briv, and he's average level 106,199. Shara, who I haven't put any contracts into, is average level 97,194. To me, this really shows the disparity in Evergreen versus event chips. Yeah. Oh, they're super weak. That's, again, like, item levels fall off pretty quickly. Like, average item level, like when you're, like I said, like the first 100 is strong. You get to 1,000, that's the next break point. The next break point after that is 10,000. Next break point is 100,000. But you've hit diminishing returns at 1,000, like hard, unless it's a champion that has a pre-stack ability. Shara actually has a pretty strong ability, so is fine with that. But most of the evergreens don't on purpose because they know they're gonna get so many item levels. Yeah. Leandro's Tuesday content updates feel so off, so missed time, so out of place. I know I don't remember this ever happening before. It doesn't mean it hasn't. Could have just blocked it from my mind because it's traumatic. But yeah, last week on Tuesday we had a content update. Today we're gonna have one in about 48 minutes. It's, you get used to Wednesdays. Where Dwarven Crown? I don't have one. Yeah. They never could have imagined people would get 100,000 item levels in Evergreens. Oh, very true. They didn't think people would get to 100,000 item levels ever. I don't think on anything. When they found out where people were getting Briv, they were just shocked. Yeah. Just didn't think that was ever going to be a thing. Ale hydrate. About 200 areas to go. Hopefully there's enough potion time in there. But yeah, before Brave Gem farming, item levels weren't that easy to get. And when the game started, there was never a. I don't think they ever thought like gem farming as a concept would ever be a thing. You know, in their minds, you know, sure, bosses drop gems, but really the big bulk of the gems people would get on their account over time would be from new content dropping and the rewards from just doing that content. They never, I don't think they ever really, because, you know, Modron automation stuff, that wasn't really a concept back then. So the idea of just doing things over and over and over again just for the sake of gems wasn't in their minds. And then people started scripting, and once they finished all the content, there wasn't anything to do. People started scripting and resetting for gems, and then that birthed Modron automation. And even then, because they added Modron automation really just to make it so that you didn't have to script. Like scripting wasn't this big difference in the game. That was the idea. And when they announced it, everybody was really looking forward to it, and they were like, "Hey, we're gonna have people test it." And I was in the testing group, and I loaded up the build the first time to look, and when I opened the thing and I saw the pipe game, I was like, "What the is this?" Because this had never been discussed. This was all that had ever been discussed. We all thought this was Modron, like this was what was coming. And instead we got this and this. And then, you know, originally there weren't, like, Briv had a speed effect. It was a worse version of the effect that isn't that great right now. He was the only champion that was like a speed champion, but there was no speed roll. And then as we started getting champions that had speed effects, things changed, right? And then eventually we got the speed roll officially added. But before, that was just a community created role. Like, these are speed champions. They have speed effects that don't have anything to do with damage. Like, that was the definer, and then they actually gave them a role. Yeah, pre-brave people got item levels with time gates or cash. Oh no. I just screwed up my contact. Yep. Alright. I'm gonna go AFK. I'm gonna go put my contact. I knew it was having issues before I even came in here. Be right back, folks. Okay, let's see if it's going to behave now. Hey, Dancer. But yeah, things like, you know, time gates were introduced, and that added another way you could get item levels and gear, because before that, you couldn't even boost the rarity of your gear for event champions until their event returned. It just wasn't in the game. There wasn't anything in the game to do that with. And then we got time gates, and then we got patrons. Patron chests helped with that a lot. In fact, once patrons were out, it was post patrons that I was finally able to full epic all of my champions for the first time, because between patrons and targeted time gates, I got everybody there, and they've been there on my main account. They've been there ever since. That's the nice thing. Once you get full epic, it is a chase, but once you get full epic, you tend to stay there. At that point, you just tend to stay full epic. And never have to worry about that again. But that just, you know, that was a very rare thing. And again, events originally were just, you could farm chests, use, you know, free plays and variants like the initial adventure. The variants and free plays all cost tokens to start. And if you couldn't complete a variant because it was too hard, you lost the tokens. It was rough. It was a rough system. But you farmed free plays to 50 to get a chance at a random chest to either be silver or gold. And it was a 1 in 3 chance. That's why the packs now are plus 2,500 at the highest amount for per free play. And you just cycled free plays to burn off your tokens, which meant people that had, you know, millions of tokens, their game during an event was just Modron automation of free plays. There wasn't a whole lot else you could do because you had to burn through all your tokens. That's why this new system is so much better in so many ways. But yeah, that's why 7,500. It's 7,500 tokens for a 3-pack of chests, and it's 2 silvers and a gold, because that was the average it was before. There was a pity timer on the 4th. If you did 3 runs and didn't get a gold on the 4th, you were guaranteed one. Yeah, I mean, that was, you know, getting item levels wasn't easy back then. Now it's, I mean, not only are, you know, can you just straight up buy the chest packs in the shop? Gems are easier than ever get with speed champions, with the amount of speed champions and the power of their capabilities. With potions now having a legendary that takes it up. Technically the max goes to 12.5. If your system can handle it. You know, even just regular gem farms can generate just tons of them. And then through that, you're also generating tons of bounty contracts, which means you have tons of event tokens, which means you're buying more packs from there. It's just this big cycle now. It's a really big cycle. But I remember it taking... I remember back when Azaka dropped, I was a Strix main at the time, like lots of people. And Strix couldn't unlock Azaka. Strix's debuff was, you know, had a limited range, so it didn't reach a Sararak who was sitting. It was too, you know, he had to be closer than a Sararak, so you'd get all the way to a Sararak, and then you didn't have the damage to beat him. So what everybody was using was Birdsong, and so I got Birdsong, and then it was a slow, long process of getting item levels on Birdsong until Birdsong was strong enough to finally kill a Sararak for me. It took a few months. So yeah, it's a very different world now. All right, tomorrow we're going to be playing some Idle Champions, but then we're going to play another game. Demiox Dungeons & Dragons Battle Marked. And while we're doing that, we'll be we'll probably park in a free play. We'll build a little bit of a gem farm. We'll do Baby's first gem farm tomorrow in Mad Wizard, specifically to grind out corrupted gems, because we're at 14,000 out of 26,000. We're about 12,000 behind. We may as well grab those. We want to stay capped tomorrow and the day after. No, what was there another thing I was going to buy? I mean, we are using them as a tank, so this wouldn't suck. This is their health item. No. We did pick her up, but we haven't really used her much. It's tempting. I don't know. We'll see. There was that test feat, wasn't there? Wait, no. I don't have a test feat. Hey, dude, Shandy. I don't think I bought it. Did I? I don't remember. Oh, no, I did. Probably one of these. This one. Okay, so I did. I don't remember that, but but we did it. That was from the last emergence event. Then it may have we may have done it even before this one started. I think you mean painkillers. There, we need to differentiate. I think it might have been before that. Okay, got an epic. What does the test feat do? Basically, it's for an ability that when in a fallbacks affiliation party with Kazran DPS in Kazran's fallback affiliation spec, which is the signature smell, it is functionally a pre-stack feat for her multiplicatively stacking affiliation bonus. So it's one of the rare feats in the game that has the potential to be really strong. It's not going to be super strong on an item level 7 test, but and any kind of pre-stack thing isn't super strong on a low item level champion, but it's still the strongest type of feat. Like I rank speed feats first, stat feats that qualify you for patrons second, the third, along with like species change feats. I put those kind of in the same group, like the second kind of most important, and then the third one is usually the pre-stack feats, because like the pre-stack feats they're kind of usually further down the road in the game in terms of getting item levels and stuff. Like they're not going to really feel super strong initially, but they will later, so you don't have to get them right away. Whereas the others are going to be more functional for you faster. yours is item level 400, then that's a good feat for you. You're gonna see a return on that. But only when you run Cosrin DPS in Signature Smell. It's a very specific scenario, but you know, affiliation-based scenarios can be important, right? On like for fallbacks and for absolute adversaries, those are big things. They're also, you know, to a lesser extent, you see them in like Companions of the Hall, Heroes of Erois. I don't find them as strong there, but they're still strong. If you're trying to make that affiliation work, that's the best way to do it, is to boost their affiliation bonuses. Yeah. But anything that boosts a pre-stack multiplier is stronger than a bigger bonus. Like if you have a 40% and 80% for two separate abilities, like 40% feed, 80% feed for two separate abilities, one of those abilities has the feats affect the pre-stack multiplier, even if they're both multiplicatively stacking of feats, then it's more important for you to stack both the 80 and the 40 of the pre-stack than bother with than either of the other feats. The 40% on the pre-stack would still be more important as long as you've built out stacks. It's going to be more important than even the 80% of the non-pre-stack feat. Because that's just the power of multiplicatively stacking things. Now, is there an exception to that in this game? Probably somewhere. Somewhere the bonus is small enough that there's an 80% feed on something else that's probably better, but that's the general concept. Makes me wonder if we need like we need all kinds of guides in this game, but hold on, let me go down here. Do I have this in here somewhere? Permanently stacking champions is on the list. But nothing about like, yeah, stacking abilities. I'll put that on the maybe list. I have 10 guides on the definitely list, 3 on a priority list, and yet they've been there for a long time and I haven't made anything. Coming up on the 200th guide. We're not quite, really. Yeah, 157, okay. I was like, did I miss something? No, we're good. We're at 197 guides currently. I don't know, J-Don. No, that's not gonna happen. Well, I mean, this has been asked repeatedly over the years of D&E. People have asked for Mars characters and Garwar characters, both of which, and I don't know if Justin and David understand that. Like, Garwar Grudgekeeper is a D&D character. Like, they weren't saying put me in the game. They're saying put my character in the game. And Mars, technically, Mars is a character as well. We've played these characters on their channel in D&D games, and they've always said no, because the reality is the way they look at, well, now Mars works there, so but before that, the way they looked at it was they didn't look at us as content creators. They looked at us as community members, and they were like, well, basically, if they make a character for a community member, then they potentially get other community members upset when they're not willing to make characters for them. Like, it was a door they didn't want to open, basically. Which is unfortunate. But yeah, I could have, and I had I have multiple characters that could have gone in. Like, it didn't have to be Garwar Grudgekeeper, although that would be the most recognizable, considering I literally played him on their channel in D&D games. But yeah, I mean, they after kind of just saying, I don't know. Probably not, like, kind of forever. They just fully, like a year or so ago, just said, that's not gonna. Asking it differently isn't going to matter anymore. I mean, they basically clarified and said what I just said, that basically because they see me as not as a content creator, but as a community member, that it would open the door to other community members and, potentially hurt people's feelings that they did mine and not others. Same thing for Mars. So yeah, that's never gonna happen. I mean, for that kind of thing to happen, I would need to be playing a character on a TTRPG live play show that blew up and got real big, like real big. Because lately, if you'll notice, they haven't even been putting in content creator champions. They're doing books and lore stuff and that kind of stuff. They've moved away from that, so. And, yeah. And I have played a character. I played Bandy, my dwarven wizard slash. Did he ever make it to warlock? I don't think we ever made it to warlock. He's a dwarven wizard who's a thief. He's not a rogue. But he's a thief. He just uses his wizard abilities to steal. Played him in a series over on the Dungeon Scrawlers channel. Yeah, if I got a D&D approved, like Wizards of the Coast, like decided they wanted a story, publish a story I wrote, then maybe it would have to be very popular. They will let you write modern Dragonlance. Oh, they won't, because I never even read the original Dragonlance. Klepto wizard, what a surprise. I wouldn't say klepto. He's not a klepto, but he's a thief. Out of necessity. He's, he grew up. I think if his life would have, he's one of those, tragic backstories, of course, right? I mean, come on. He's a cliche. He's just a new cliche. Or new to me cliche. I think if his life had gone well, he would have ended up being more of a morally good dwarf, and wouldn't have become a thief. He would have, learned to be a wizard and done good things. That is not how his life went. Idiot control, 30 steps across the quad. Welcome to the stream. But instead, one day when he was a kid, like even a dwarven child, like young for a dwarf, his parents disappeared and presumed dead. And he ended up just kind of no one gave a crap because they were in Waterdeep, and no one, Waterdeep is like a huge city, and he just kind of fell through the cracks of the system, as it were, and ended up living on the street and had to steal to survive, right? And now he's just very morally gray. Doesn't, he won't steal from other people like him, but he will steal from people who have enough to spare, and he has no qualms about it. I don't think I've ever actually, I don't think he, I don't think about it. Before the adventure he went on, it was called the Affairs of Wizards. You can find a playlist on my YouTube channel. I think before the Affairs of Wizards started, I don't think he'd ever killed anyone. It wasn't that he wouldn't have, it just never came up. I don't know that he ever really thought about it. All right, extreme heat, final one. And now he's like, I think at some point during the Affairs of Wizards, he was like, we're going to kill that person. They need to die. Like, that's where he got there real quick, I think. But, stuff happened. Heavy things happened. And he got mad. I think initially it was scared and then mad and then scared and then mad and then scared. I think those are probably, there's the emotions he went through when he was like attacking people. Those just rotating, like depending on the fight. Either scared about something or mad about something, or scared about something or mad about something. Or both. Or both. Or both. Fortunately, I think for him and his anxiety-riddled brain, all of the people have been pretty bad people. So, he's not at a point yet where he's like, oh, this is a potentially good person. Oh no. How do I feel about that? He hasn't had to have. I don't think we've had that. When we bring that, if they ever get around to bringing that series back again, which I've been told they want to, they have a lot of shows they're cycling through right now. I will have to go back and watch all those episodes again. Yeah. That would be an interesting thing to potentially watch party. Mad about being scared? No. No, I don't, I'm not scared about being mad. No, it's just, different combinations. Okay, you know what? We haven't done yet. We haven't started a giveaway yet. Let me pull up the spreadsheet. All right, let's start with just something that I have a single code for. That wasn't, oh, I clicked the wrong thing. It opened up a whole other browser tab and I didn't notice. He was a mad wizard, yes. He was a mad wizard. He was a very mad wizard. So as we have the last few days, we're going to be giving away Steam codes. So codes for Steam, the platform for video games. I will give off the name of the code. I will tell you the descriptor I have. We'll probably get a link in the chat to the Steam page, and then whoever is interested can enter. There you go. It's by hashtag giveaway in chat. You do need to be present to win, because I'm going to ask you to type stuff in. To when your name is drawn, you're going to have to type stuff in, and then we're going to have to do whispers. So, you know, as has happened a lot lately, if you have whispers blocked, you're going to have to turn that off for me to get you the code. I haven't even said the name yet. This is a game called Ixion. Ixion. The descriptor I was given was save a doomed space colony. That's all I got for you. Ixion. I-X-I-O-N. Oh, Ron says it's pretty cool. There you go. Yeah, there we go. See, that's the thing about the Steam links is you can only put them in if you are a VIP. Ixion is an unrelenting city-building odyssey across the stars. As administrator of the Tikkun Dulles' prototype space station, you are tasked with balancing preservation and exploration as you manage infrastructure, resources, and crew. And you keep the flame of humanity alight in the cold dark. It's very positive reviews. Developed by Bulwark Studios, published by Casito Games. It's got a neat look to it. I'm not gonna lie, it does. The award-winning sci-fi builder. Yeah. It looks like it'd be neat. It takes a lot to get me to play a sci-fi game. Or else I probably would have kept that one for myself. but man, they don't hit me like they hit some people. Dune, yeah. I mean, Dune's one of those where, yeah, I like the story, I like the franchise, I like the concepts. So Dune, yeah, I played me some Dune. But if it hadn't been, I'd never really done a survival type game. And so it was definitely a new experience, but one I enjoyed so far. I don't care about the PvP stuff. And that could be the one thing that shuts Dune off for me forever, is if they truly turn the end game back to pure PvP. Hopefully they're not that ignorant, frankly. Frankly, there isn't another way I can put that. It's just, yeah. Because the whole there's 6 tiers of the game basically, and the first 5 are PvE. So to do that to somebody and then just say, okay, well, if you're in a pure PvP game now, is like, that's an ignorant game to say. Yeah, look, I like PvP has a place, right? I am not, and there are people who absolutely love the whole high stakes PvP, because you can, if you're carrying stuff in PvP in Dune and they kill you, they can take it, right? There's even things that can be activated by winning certain things on the server and controlling stuff to make it so that they'll even drop in PvP. You could lose your weapons and armor too. That's not just a default thing. But resources you're carrying, they could take, right? They can destroy your vehicles. They can, if you built out in a PvP zone, like a base, like people do,
There are scenarios where, you know, in organized groups, like organized guilds and stuff, can take out your base and steal your stuff. That's part of the draw for some people, and I get that. I am a enjoyer of games that allow you to play just, you know, consensual PvP. Like, it's not, you know, if you want PvP, you go to this area to get it. I like that. I don't like my PV peanut butter mixed with my PVE chocolate. Basically, much as I love me Reese's peanut butter cups. Hey, Logan Ryder. Hence, that's I knew. I was like, I'm gonna make a food reference. I hadn't even seen Logan Ryder's name in chat, but it was just obviously, I subconsciously knew they had arrived. Lord of the Rings Online was like that. Yeah, I mean, and I've played lots of MMOs that were like that, and that's probably why I like it. I like knowing that, okay, when I go to this place, I'm going there to PvP. I'm making a choice. Okay, we're gonna do the drawing. Oh, Lurking Rider, since you just got here late, the giveaway is for a game called Ixion. Which is an unrelenting city-building odyssey across the star. I didn't look at the min requirements. 64-bit processor and operating system. Windows 10 64-bit. Oh, you probably can't. We're probably already done. 8 gigabytes of RAM. We probably already a no for Lurking Rider's potato. All right, we're gonna do the drawing here in a second. I only have one code for this one. This is one of the one coders. I only have like one other game that has a couple, like 2 codes. So these are all single code games. All right, closing, drawing. Hey, pro gamer, exclamation point claim in chat for your copy of Ixion. All right, let me get you your code. There you go. Let me know that you got it, and I will close this down. You know, I haven't done. I've been failing to put perks in. All right. Oh, because we're not earning enough. Once you do the big one, because we're dealing with large numbers, you know, you don't really move this bar much. You just fill in these lower tiers like this. There we go. All right. 22% chance of doubling gold chest drops. I do like that. I like that a lot. In the shop, we have enough to get our familiar. Ding, 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 ding. The Conjured Spider. Activation successful. Awesome. Awesome. We now have another familiar, folks. We collected 10. We have 10 familiars. Nice. Wait, J-Dog says on Steam they have the Cozy Dark Urge pack? Oh, this is epic. What am I doing? Let me open up my Steam client. That would be interesting. Usually they're not allowed to put that stuff on other platforms. So that feels like a whoopsie. Hold on. Okay, so it's showing up for some reason, but it's not letting them buy it. Ooh, I got stuff. I got free stuff to claim. Yes, give me those free chests. Ooh. Okay, so yeah, I just want to see. I want to see if it's listed just in the store under packs first, but probably not. I just want to see how buggy it is. They've got some interesting bugs that have popped up over the holidays. Like those expired fire breath potions showing up as in packages. It's not there. Okay, let me hop into an adventure. Let's go to Mad Wizard. Let's cycle Mad Wizard here. Okay, so the Dark Urge. Skins. Cozy Dark Urge, $24.99. Yeah, that's not supposed to be there. It's definitely not supposed to be there. Because those are, I mean, that's the thing with the giveaways. They're supposed to be exclusive to those platforms for a while. I don't even know that they would then put that pack anywhere else. So. Hopefully they don't get in trouble over that. I mean, if it's invalid, if it's saying invalid purchase, then that's good. Hopefully that will keep them from getting in trouble over that. Good example of how bad the potato is. I tested my transformation with the game running and then did a free play with no difference except using offline progress. At the same time that having the game running got it to the area goal of 1050, offline progress got it to 2450. How did it go to 24? I mean, it's a strong. That's, wow. That's problematic. So that what that tells me, Lurking Rider, is that, you know, well, here's the problem. I know when you turn your computer, when you turn the client off and then try to restart it, it takes forever for it to load. Was that including that time? Or was the loading time separate? Because I know that adds more time. Yeah, it appears as $24.99, Kavaki, but it's just not supposed to be for sale. So like there's something about their system is loading in things that aren't supposed to be eligible to be sold. With an extra 20 minutes. Okay, that's what I was wondering. I was going to say, I know it's a significant amount of time. So then the question becomes, for that kind of progress, is it worth shutting it off and having to load it in again? All right, that is everything in Avernus that we were going to do for Vajra. Now we move on to Strahd. No. Oh, it took me straight there. Interesting. I've never done it that way before. That's helpful. Toxic Dragon won the giveaway in the Discord, the official Discord. Reminds me of insert disc 3 and wait some minutes. Sure. For me, it's a flashback to loading up video games via cassette tape on my Atari computer. Put the tape in, hit play, go outside and do something. I come back in right around the time it's stopping so you can flip it over and hit play again and then go back outside. Yeah, we're gonna look at the new content here in a second, folks. Well, in the shop, the variants are probably for I probably can't get close to. So you only have the game running when you have to manually do stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. Ooh, 5 gem cards. First time 5 gem cards on the new account, folks. And it got us the achievement. First time 5 same cards, and it's 5 gem cards. Woo. Yeah, we finally have her with a blue item. What does that give us? 103%. So we're doubling it. We're doubling it this run, folks. Dublin style. Eliwick Dublin style. Wait. No, it's not the proper. Hey, Toy. Okay, let's go see. Oh, reveal my offers. Good Crowy, how dare you? Hey, 3 free gold Esmeralda chests. I will take that. We'll do the rerolls on the purple over here. And we got an orange. It upgraded. Okay. That's way too pricey. No. Oh, definitely not. Oh. I don't think we use him enough for that. Okay, so let's go look at the new packs. So here's the new Vin Ursa skin. Yeah. That's interesting. I'm a little freaked out by the fact that there's paws dangling down. This feature, this part of the art gives me pause. Gives me pause. But yeah, the rest of it I like. What's the feat? Spec choices. Okay, yeah. Not bad. This is cool though. I like this one. I like this one a lot. Fixer the Automaton. Because it's a little goblin construct. I mean, how great is that? How great is that? And it comes with a feat? For the zaps. First set of spec choices. Okay. Let's go. I feel great. I can break stuff all day. That's good. That's good. So yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. What do we got? There's stuff on sale though. So, you know. Choose your champion single, choose your champion starter packs, only $10 US. Yeah. All right. All right. All right, let's see what we get for Esmeralda. Hey, we got an epic. Nice. Really all we were doing. We were fishing for epics. She was already full blue. Well, we'll take those free chests. I think it's paladins for the ethical treatment of animals. I think that's what it is. It would actually work very well if you consider how paladins sometimes really cross a line into bad behavior, into being the bad guys. Sometimes maybe I think that makes sense. Some of them take it a little too far. Since the shop is personal, it seems as my platinum increases, so does the cost of my items. I don't think it should. I just think you're seeing a non-statistical number of a non-significant number of offers, so it's gonna appear that way. But I don't think the game works that way. I don't think it was a kitty cat. I think that was a wolf. You mean they sneeze and accidentally break their oath? Look, man, I was playing a paladin in Baldur's Gate 3, and every time I turned around, I was breaking my oath and having to redo it. And I was like, this doesn't make any sense. And I think they fixed it later. I think there was a patch where they recognized it was a little too touchy. Yeah, it was bad. Interesting, Nimrod. I don't know. I don't know. I think wolves can have pink pop. I mean, this is not Earth. Let me be very clear. Wolves could have magenta. It pause. Like, well, doesn't. This is not Earth. Yeah, Egbert's got a pretty furry coat as well. Wolf is brought to you by T-Mobile. There's the crossover we don't need. But there's also going to be new variants and stuff in places. But back here, let's restart. It'll pop up. No, variants are never limited time. It's events that are limited time. But variants that go on the campaign map are there forever. It's just they tend to theme them around when they release. So then when you're doing them, they don't always make sense. Oh, yeah. We switched over to the main account. 2 time gate pieces have been awarded as consolation for unclaimed time gate. We talked about that the other day. It's the silliest thing. Okay. Back to the proper account. There we go. Oh, I got a wild offer For the Erois core, only 1,400 platinum. No thanks. No thanks. It's probably a fine amount for most people. On this account, I don't need it, but basically what you're looking at. So hold on, let's go look at that because this is important for people to understand. So give the core, it's not giving Modron, it's giving supply chests instead of Modron chests. We're getting some contracts, we're getting 1,500 gems, and we're getting some heroism potions, which seems silly. So if we just look at this, as you level this up, you're going to get 14 Modron component chests. So what do 14 Modron component chests cost? That would be 2 of these packs or 1 of these. So you're talking, 30 in the 3,200 range. But that wild offer was only 1,400. So ultimately, long term, as you level it up, you're going to get double the Modron component chest you would get for this price for 1,400 gems. That's actually a good buy. If you were interested in Modron component chests and paying platinum for Modron component chests, this is a good price. It's a really good price. And you get a core that you could automate with it. And some other stuff, right? So that's what you have to look for. If you ever get that wild offer for the Erois core, that's what you're trying to compare. It's like, what's it costing you? Basically, you're just buying Modron component chests because the core is garbage. The core is a garbage truck. But it will functionally automate a party and it will deliver you Modron component chests as you level it up, 14 of them. Is that something you want? Do you want Modron component chests? Because that's what you want. Well, the Winter Beast Emergence is not a variant. That's not, so I didn't take that. They said winter variants, and that's variants that dropped are most likely winter themed. 2 new adventures with 3 variants each in the Tales of the Champions campaign. Oh no, that was Nordham. That was last week. Where's this week? I didn't get a pop-up for this week. Why is there no? Okay. December 30th adventure variants. 3 in the Sword Coast. 3 in Light of 4. No, 4 in Light of Xerxes. Okay. 2 in Turn of Fortune's Wheel. Only 2. And 3 in Vecna Evil Ruin. Those are all those new variants are here forever. Is that a core for a specific faction tag? It's for the Heroes of Erois affiliation only. It literally has, it was their attempt at an affiliation-based core. They wanted to test it out. It got real bad reviews. Not because of the, I think the concept of an affiliation core is fantastic. Still to this day, I think the concept of an affiliation core is fantastic. What better way to introduce cores than to have them be coded to boosting things for a specific faction? I think it's amazing. They made the stats real bad. So it just got bad reviews and they never tried again. Supply chest seems silly beyond brand new players. Honestly, supply chests got introduced to the game because players complained that they were spending, that they were, they didn't want to buy chests that had gear in them because they had plenty of duplicate levels. They just wanted chests that had consumables in them because that was more important to them. Like these were late game and beyond players. Because they had plenty of item levels on cores and evergreens, and that meant nothing to them, even back then. So supply chests were introduced. The problem is supply chests weren't available to be purchased with gems, which is really what they wanted. they wanted to filter out and just get consumables, but that's how supply chests came about. Yeah, the Heroes of Erois now would include Nordum with that core in, and Strongheart. Wait, is Strongheart? Strongheart's an 11. No, you'd have Nova in, so you wouldn't use Strongheart. But you could, I guess. Toy goes, of all the cores, the Erois core is one. Yeah, it is. It is. The core. Again, it's a Modron component chest delivery system. Yeah, so more information. It was released during seasons, and the Heroes of Erois felt real good during that season because the seasons had buffs that were based around the champions that the season was focused on, and it was an Erois season. And so basically they took the bonuses from the core and they made them the buffs that were available. So effectively you had double core bonuses for the Heroes of Erois while the buffs lasted, while the season was going. And they actually felt good. And the sad thing is like that's what the core should have done. The core should have basically doubled its bonuses. And then when you run Erois, with that core, they'd feel good. But they basically didn't want to do that because then they felt it would be too strong during the season. But it's like you got to plan long term. You gotta design long term here. Yeah, it was unfortunate. Gem purchase of supply chest would actually make gearless play so much more convenient. It would, but they don't actively support gearless play. Oh, and Nordum competes with Ayla. This is true. True. Getting gem farms go to the wall or stop early? I mean, you go to your insta click kill wall. A different kind of wall. There's a lot of different walls in this game. Hey, Sergeant. So you look at your insta click kill wall and then you bring it down to whatever the 30 or 80 is nearest to that. Basically, Heroes of Erois was a temporary affiliation? No. It's an actual affiliate. So seasons weren't. You're thinking events. This is a season. Seasons were this whole other thing, and they picked a collection of champions to work around. And sometimes it was an affiliation-based season. Sometimes it was just a hodgepodge. Heroes of Erois are an actual affiliation, and so they got some love in that season. And one of the things they got was their own core. Yeah, there's even a Sean wall in this game. Well, not in the game, but related to the game. It's just that the buffs are not great on the Erois core. That's really all it comes down to. Oh, he's in the credits? Okay. I don't know. I'm still working on constructs in the background. That's where our Nordum is. Well, let's hop over here, actually. Now we have an extra familiar. There's someone else that we want to put in this formation. There we go. December variants. Holiday variant time? Holiday variant time! Yeah. 3, 4, 2, 3. Okay, so it's not going to be Hank. It's not going to be Bobby. Well, so there isn't really somebody we would put over here. Because I would want a scavenger, obviously. I would want a scavenger back here. Yes, no, we're using her. Oh, we could put Casmer back here. Yeah, so she collects book across all adventures. So we will save her back here. No. We'll switch this over. I didn't watch the credits. And we haven't watched the credits on this account. We could do that. There's an achievement for that. Yeah, I wanted a Companions of the Hall core, honestly. But they didn't do Companions of the Hall. They did Champions of the Hall, which was different. What is it when characters seem to have big eyes over their head? It could be that they're stunned. Maybe. So you can run that core with the current champ. I mean, the current champ, like they were always champs. You're misunderstanding this. Heroes of Herois we're in the game prior to this core ever coming out. So I could run the core with that affiliation. Yes. But the buffs are rubbish. I mean, there are better cores for that affiliation. Yeah. They're only good when stacked, when doubled. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. That is the problem. Sadly, Taylor's all, well, I mean, I'm of the mind that that everybody should be in the credits if they ever worked on the game ever, even if after they leave the company, they should still be in the credits. I don't know if that's the case with these credits. We'll watch. I'll send around their leader. Damn it, J-Dog. No. Fritz is not the leader of the Companions of the Hall. Wish there was an easier way to determine what graphics meant over and around champs and monsters. Me too. That'd be great. That'd be great. What was I was gonna look at something. It was pertinent. Oh, I was gonna look at the credits. Credits. Hey. Because of the speed potions. Jeez. They need to unhook speed potions from the credits. Wow. Wow. All right, folks, we're going to do another giveaway. That's all I got. That's all I got. This time around, the giveaway is for a game called Old World. This is a dynastic historical 4X game. I have 2 codes for this one. Old World on Steam. Can't believe that. Actually, no, I can believe that. I can believe that happened. Here we go. Old World is a revolutionary new historical game where you lead your dynasty over generations of rule against rival kings and queens, wage massive wars, manage your court, and build a dynasty. Or watch your empire crumble to dust. What legacy will you leave behind? Very positive reviews. Developed by Mohawk Games, published by Hooded Horse. Old World. I have 2 codes for this, so we'll do a drawing for one, and then a little bit after that, we'll do a drawing for another. How old is the game? Oh, it's not old. Yeah, sorry. 2022. Min spec, yeah, 64-bit operating system, quad cores, 8 gigs of RAM. Yeah. I don't know. Kawaki says, real question, do speed potions make chest opening faster? No, but Diana's speed effect having triggered does. I wouldn't say it lags the game more, but I don't know. I have some New Year's goals. Make enough money to live off of. Really, that's the big goal. Yeah, and take care of my live off of and take care of my like medical stuff. All I would like to, you know, I'm missing a tooth. I'd like to get an implant. That takes a lot of money, even with insurance. So yeah, that's my New Year's goal. Get a job that pays enough that I can pay all my bills and get my teeth fixed. Plastic coffee says that's my goal every year. I mean, yeah, it's just, you know, some years it's just a, you know, a bigger focus than others, right? And it's definitely my primary focus this year. Definitely my primary focus this year. All right, Archduke's Blessing. Oh, what the? Hold on. There it is. I was like, I did that wrong. Apparently working on implanting stem cells in the gum that grow into new teeth. Man, that's not something I want to be a trial subject of. No, thank you. I just want to have enough money to get a dental implant to take the place of it, and to have the rest of it that teeth fixed. Yeah, that'd be great. That's going to be expensive enough as it is. They were running through the costs of everything they wanted to do in my mouth, and I'm just sitting there going in my head, there's no way this is going to happen. These people, what are these people? Where? What? And when I totaled up at the end, I've got it like over here. It was like over $8,000 after insurance. And they were like, and they looked at me dead in the eyes, and were like, well, we could get you financing for it. And I'm just like, that's the dumbest. Why? What? Like, if I had enough extra money that I could set aside money every month because I just wasn't spending it, that would go to paying off a debt like that, I would have been setting that money aside already, and I'd just be able to pay the bill. What are you thinking? First real step is to repair the damage. Exactly. Yes. But that was, yes. As far as they're concerned, the first step for me was get the broken tooth out of my mouth, please. Thank you. That was, yeah. And so that's what they did. That, and they put I was pointing down, but they put up a graft in for ideally to support the implant in the future, but all of this has to heal for like months or something before you would even attempt that, and I don't have the money for it anyway, so. What are we up to for gems? 31,000. I consider doing that in this. Other, I don't have a passport, so no. And I have enough anxiety about going to a dentist anyway, let alone going to a dentist in another country, far away from anyone I know. All right, we're going to do the drawing. We're going to do the first drawing. And our first winner is Loxna! Exclamation point claim in chat. Explanation? Exclamation point. Explanation point. Whole different thing. You need to turn off block whispers from strangers in your privacy settings so that I can whisper you. That's step 1 or step 2, Loxna. You did the claim. Now you gotta just go into privacy settings. So go into your Twitch privacy settings and turn off the option that says block whispers from strangers. That's all you got to do. You don't need to. I'm not even going to make you try to whisper me, which requires verification. Just turn off the block just long enough for me to get you the code. Also, I might have folks who don't have a passport in states. Why would we need one? You don't need it going from state to state, right? You only need it if you leave the country. And honestly, that wasn't always a thing. I've left the country many times and come back and never needed a passport, because until conservatives got all freaking pissy about it and tried to, state there was some kind of issue with, created all this fake panic. You could go to other countries without passports, leaving the US and coming back just fine. Not anymore. And so I never needed one when I was leaving the country, and now I haven't had the money to leave the country in a long time, so I didn't need one then. Why pay money for a passport if you're not going to actually use it? Oh, I don't even remember what it was, Lurking Rider. I can't remember. I've slept since then. Yeah, that's not really how cavities work, Nimro. I don't understand. But sure. Yeah, because in Europe, I mean, Europe is, you go between countries there kind of like we go between states. It's easier to travel. But of course you need one. It makes sense. Makes total sense. Oh, cracking the tooth meta. Oh, okay. What it was. Yeah, I just put that out of my head completely. I completely put that out of my head. Well, maybe not. Preva Marco says that I don't think you need a passport if you're an EU citizen going from one EU country member to another. But the EU hasn't been around forever, right? The European Union is basically an attempt to make it easier to do a lot of things, much like the United States, right? But that's a historically recent change. Probably, I mean, maybe around the same time as we started needing passports to go places. Let me see. Let me test. Yes. I'll get you your code. There you go. Let me know that you got it. And then once you have that, then you can turn that block back on if you'd like. But yeah, we used to living. You know, I went to college in San Diego. You could just walk across the border into Tijuana and walk back, and all the border guards cared about was like they would ask you country of origin, and all you had to do was say or country of citizenship, and you say U.S. citizen. They didn't check anything. You just had to be able to say it. Got it? Awesome. Okay. Yeah. Because I went to Mexico numerous times. I went to Mexico once in high school, probably half a dozen times in college. I mean, I went to school in Mexico one summer in Guadalajara. Didn't need a passport. Didn't they ask what you were smuggling? No. No. How do you think I paid for cotton? No. No, that's not what happened. I would say the only thing I went across the border to get was vanilla. Mexican vanilla. I've got a bunch of it, man. And I don't even know what the cost of vanilla and Mexican vanilla would be now, but man, the cost of vanilla in the US has gone up so much. But like you get a little bottle of vanilla at the grocery store and it costs so much money, but I have a bottle. Thick bottle of vanilla, Mexican vanilla, that I just dole tiny amounts out of for baking. That I'm pretty sure it came from that, ended up back here in Oklahoma from me going across the border and getting it and then sending it to my family. So it's the good stuff. Black, what is this? More surprising than passports is the number of Twitch users with high whisper security. I think it might be the default. Or people just got smart and started blocking it from strangers. I mean, honestly, because you get whispers from the randomest. For a while there was like whispers was how you get these messages from bots. I do not remember when it was drank on Family Ties. No. $100 a gallon? That's the current rate for Mexican vanilla? Wow. Seems cheap. It seems inexpensive. I don't even know how long it would take you to go through a gallon. Maybe if you were running a bakery. Okay, we're gonna need. Yeah, okay. We're definitely gonna be gaining some more time here. Well, Lockstone, I mean, I don't know that it's not always, here's the problem is it's not always bacteria that are causing tooth decay. You can have a highly acidic mouth, and not everybody does, but some people do, and then it becomes an issue of pH balance. And that may very well be my issue. My wife used to bake like 200 cupcakes for office every Christmas. Baking is an expensive hobby. Can be if you're baking for others, then yeah, I mean it's a gift. It's a gift you're giving other people, right? But like this fudge I made, this homemade fudge, I did one batch of it. It wasn't that expensive. Like I look at, so here's the thing. I was at the store and I was getting the stuff for the fudge and I looked and 8 pieces of fudge, just 8 little squares of fudge in a container that made from the store made fudge was $9 US. And it was just 8 little pieces of fudge. The batch of fudge I made, that was, I mean, I might have spent $15, $20 and all the stuff for it. The batch of fudge I made was 5 pounds of fudge. After I made it and I weighed it and I was like, that's a lot of fudge. I was like, maybe I should start selling fudge if it's going for like $1 a piece. Good Lord. At the grocery store. There's still some things, that are better to make yourself than to buy at the, sometimes the grocery store, stores, getting the ingredients in bulk, it's cheaper to buy their stuff than to make it yourself, but really not with fudge. You can also have a highly acidic personality. You can. I'm just going to stop there. Most of the store-bought fudge is fake. How is it fake fudge? I don't understand that. Okay. I mean, what does that mean? Fudges are kind of hard to make, though. I mean, I made it. I mean, it's not easy, but it didn't take a lot of time or effort compared to some things. And I mean, if I could guarantee I could make $1 a square, I could make way more money doing that than anything else I currently do for a living. Except the tutorial shows on Saturday. The rest of my time would be meant just making and selling fudge out of my... I wouldn't, yeah, that'd be easy. I don't even have a candy thermometer. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, my fudge may be different than your fudge, apparently. Which is a phrase I never thought I'd say out loud. No epic. What are we up to? 32,000. All right, we need to... Oh, I need to turn this back on again. In case anybody didn't enter the giveaway already for Old World. For Old World on Steam, you can enter now. If you already entered earlier, you're still entered. Mandalier says you have to be careful hiring an accountant. You become a professional candy maker. You don't want them fudging the numbers. Just gonna stop it there. That was the good part. Oh, it is their default setting now. Good. Tactic. Imagine in the year of our Lord Morden 2025 having the default setting of a website being protecting the users. The shock. Oh, making root beer. See, I don't know anything about making root beer, and I don't know that I really want to get that into making root beer. Making things as a hobby is a expense I can't afford. I did look into for a while, like actually making my own chocolate, like literally down to like grinding the beans and everything, making my own chocolate. And I was like, this is super interesting, but I don't think it's, I don't have the money for that. And that's pretty much true for making your own almost anything except maybe pizzas. I was making my own pizza, and the thing that had me stop making my own pizza was I really wanted a better dough and a better sauce, and until I found one, I was like, But then I kind of stopped messing around with it. I should really do that again. Same game, yes. Old World on Steam, same game. Still. This is the last game with like 2 codes, so after this it'll just be a single game every time. You make it on stream and it's tax deductible. You have to spend so much money to then start deducting that money on your taxes. I don't have the money to spend on tax deductible things to actually get to the point where it then becomes tax deductible and it's bigger than the basic tax credit. I want to be very clear. So none of that matters. Tax deductible, anything doesn't matter to me because it's sad. You have to make a certain level of money to then start deducting money you spend on your taxes. It doesn't matter. Need a better oven? I do need a better oven. That's one of the things, but I wanted a better. I wanted a dough that I enjoyed more, like a crust that I enjoyed more, and a sauce. The sauce was fine, but if I consider homemade sun chips, no. To give away from Jingle Jam, yes, Jerevin. I do make the dough myself. I need a recipe for dough that I actually enjoy that doesn't involve maintaining sourdough starter. Yeah, all the codes we're giving away are basically, well, two of the people that donated codes donated them from the Jingle Jam bundle. I do have a code that we're going to have to test that Dan Sliver donated that may or may not work. When we give it away, I'm just going to say, hey, you might win a game. If you don't, we tried. Yeah, I can't afford to save money. Yes, Jugash, doesn't that just hurt? Just to say, I can't afford to save money. Yeah, it's bad. I don't even care about leopard spotting on the other side. I just care about it being enjoyable. I would love a dough that I can make bulk of and put it in little balls and then make little dough balls and put them in bags in the freezer so that when I want a pizza, I just like the night before I take the dough bag out and put it in the fridge, and then I can make pizza. Along with, and I was doing that for a while with dough, and I would pre-make a lot of sauce, and I would put the sauce in little individual cup-like things, and so then I'd just take the sauce and the dough out, and then I could have pizza. I liked that. The dough wasn't great. Garwar in the boxing ring? No. I put on boxing gloves once with friends in high school, and we were screwing around, and I clocked. They didn't expect it. I clocked a guy in the face real hard, just out of nowhere, like, and I was like, I don't like this. I don't like hitting other people. I was like, I'm done. Didn't enjoy it. Even when I was doing, I was taking karate. When I got to, I did everything like the katas and all the forms and things. I was doing great in that, but then we got to the stage of, up the belt ranks to where you were sparring, like actively attempting to hit another person, and I was like, I don't like this. And my sensei knew it, like, because they would pair me up, and I'd sit there and I could defend myself real well, which is what I cared about. But when I was going on offense to help them, I wasn't really trying to hit them, and my sensei knew and had a talk with me, and they're like, you're doing a disservice to your training partner by not actually trying to hit them in the face. I know that sounds weird, but you need to do that, or they're not going to actually be able to stop it. And I was like, I can't do this. It's okay, Jeremy. If you win, you can give it away to someone else. Or you can just tell me and I'll redraw somebody else. Trailer says, I'm actually at a point in my life where I'm able to afford to save money. Nice. Not a lot, but it's a start. Hey, what matters, right? That's awesome. Racing through a furnace done, that tree can actually burn. Evil or Berserk, 7 steps across the quad. All right. Once upon a time, people are talking about like pizza oven stuff, or cooking pizza in ovens, but I almost had a choice at one point. Do I buy a small pizza oven that you cook outside on, much like a grill or something? Technically, it's supposed to be a countertop one, but I was like, no way am I creating that much heat in my house. And I could have bought that, or I could have gotten a piece of art framed, and I got the art framed, and I love it right here. And I absolutely love it. But I also would have really loved pizza. One of those things I'm like, man, homemade pizza, dude. But yeah. All right, we're about to finish this, and then we'll do the drawing. This must be the last. There's one more. We're streaming tomorrow. Stream tomorrow too. Yeah, I don't really take days off. Well, the weekends. Currently, I take the weekend. Well, I stream Saturday morning, but then I don't stream on this channel on the weekend. All right, let's get this started. Extreme Heat is the last one for Strahd. Making pizzas really is like a full-time job. Look, if I could get a job in a pizzeria, I wouldn't hate it. I would take that at the moment. making. Well, they probably wouldn't let me make pizzas right away. I'd have to learn from the high school kid who's in charge of making the pizzas. Because let's be real, it's probably who's making the pizzas. I worked at I mean, we call it a pizza place, but it was like an Italian place, and it's primarily they had pizzas, but they cooked a lot of other stuff too. I like occasionally wash dishes there when they would need when they needed someone to wash dishes, and their main dishwasher was like, you know, taking a day off or something, like a holiday. So like I worked New Year's Eve and that kind of stuff, like for them, a couple other times. I liked it. I like that place. It just smelled good. It was friends of the family. We ate there a lot. But I mean, I always smell just the smell of a pizza place. I just love it. Who won the giveaway? Oh, time to do the giveaway. Who won? The Mad Mallard won. Don't be mad at the Mad Mallard. Mallard. Exclamation point claim in chat. Yeah, holidays and time off are optional when you're self-employed, and not always optional. Not always an option. High school kid been making pizza there for nearly a decade. Well, he's not in high school anymore. At least I hope not at that point. I mean, he could be. Could be his, you know, 8th time as a sophomore. Oh, I forgot to put old world on Steam, so you know what the hell that is. There you go, Mad Mallard. I whispered it to you. Let me know that you got it. Yeah, they didn't duck out of chat. Manadaleer over here just quacking us up. There we go. Craven got there too. That was the obvious joke. There's a, I don't know if anybody knows this. Did you know? Did you know there's a pizza streamer on Twitch? Anybody? Hands in chat? Anybody know this? Am I the only one? Yeah, Pizza Princess G. I watch the stream sometimes and just chill. When she's actually making pizzas, I find it super relaxing and enjoyable. The rest of the time, I'm like, whatever. Which is sad, but I like just watching a pizza place. People do working at a pizza place. Big Papa Bach, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's oddly satisfying. Watching pizzas get made. I love it. I love it. And cutting the dough, like, you know, just how quick they are. A huge thing of dough and then just chopping it up and getting the right weights. And, you know, I don't know. Well, I'm like, I would love to just do that. Once a week, I'd love to just do pizza prep and have it ready to go and make pizzas during the week. Like, you know. But her family owns a chain of pizza places in New York State. And she streams from them. You're welcome, Big Papa Volk. Why do I watch videos of a guy slinging hot dogs in his food truck? Because that's probably satisfying too. I mean, yeah. When using, okay, hold on. I will save that into my, where's it? Where's my recipes? There we go. And I will check it out later. Oh, actually, I'm going to check it out right now.
You choose me?
Hey, we got a hype train going on. As always, the hype train, you can earn emotes that maybe you don't have. by doing bits, subs, and gift subs during the hype train.
Certified lizard. 7 days a week. Wet ass lizard. Make that lizard gate weak.
Delcoon, I didn't even have to look in chat. Delcoon, thank you for the bits. I looked just to make sure, but I was like, I'm about to say Delcoon's name. Might not even be them. It was. Delcoon, thank you for the bits. Mad Mallard, I didn't see. Did you get the code? All right. Oh, you got it. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Let me turn this off then. Oops. Hope I just told everybody that it was closed. Did I? It is now closed. Archive. There we go. And Mark. Okay. From here on out, all of the giveaways will be for one code, one game. Every giveaway will be a new giveaway that you have to actively enter. Because otherwise, it just gets way too problematic. If I just leave it as one entry.
Certified lizard. 7 days a week. Wet ass lizard. Make that lizard gate weak.
Shakira, thank you for the bits. I need to get all the lizard clips in there so that it rotates through them. Okay, so let's see. Yeast, yeah. Water, flour. I mean, obviously, oil, yeah, salt, sugar. Interesting. And a little cornmeal in the pan. Okay. Okay. Let me see what we got going on here. Interesting. Okay. All right. We'll see. There's some work to that. We'll see what it comes out as. I may have to attempt it once. One of the problems is I try to make a smaller pizza, so we'll see if I can, how much dough that turns out to be. All right, let me go back and check. Jigash says I have to make my own bread because I can't eat wheat. Took 2 decades to settle a recipe I like for general use. Still have one I like for pizzas. I mean, I've done homemade bread like with a bread machine, and there's a pizza dough that I can make in the bread machine, but I just played around with adding different stuff to it and just never really, I don't know, made me feel great. Got predictable? I don't know if I like that. No, hey, look. It's not predictable. It's reliable. There's a difference. The one with the possible DLC got you? No. That's the last one we'll do. So that's probably tomorrow. Sugar, Promo Marco says sugar is used when using a domestic oven, so the dough caramelizes more easily while baking at lower heats compared to a traditional pizza oven. Ah, that's cool. Okay. Yeah. And you guys are throwing out like Celsius temperatures. I know you are, and that's not what I deal with. Can work against you if you leave the dough develop. I mean, this one says, the recipe says you can leave it overnight. So, like in the fridge or something, I think is what I read. My question is, can I make it and then freeze it and then have it still be decent when it thaws out? And that's what I'll have to test. Because I don't want to have to like, I want to have pizza regularly. I can eat pizza every day. I won't, but I mean, you know, every other day would be nice. And being able to just make a homemade pizza for lunch every other day would be wonderful. But I can't sit there the day before and make the dough every single time. I know myself, I just won't. I make pan-fried bread nowadays. Nice. And that's one thing that I would like to get. And this is not not pan-fried bread, but there's a connection here. I'd love to start making pancakes again, and I just don't. I used to make really good pancakes. But I haven't made pancakes in so long, and part of it is like I made a batch. If I made a batch of pancake batter, I don't know that I could eat it all. I don't even think even my mom and I could go through a regular batch of pancake batter. Shouldn't all yeast doughs be freezer friendly? I don't know. Should they? I don't know the answers to these questions. Pancakes in the shape of trees? No, just regular pancakes. Well, I had like an electric, like tabletop griddle when I ran the after school program. And Wednesday mornings was pancake day, and I would make just a bunch of batter, and if I ran out, I'd make more, and I would just everyone that came into the morning program, if they wanted pancakes, they could have pancakes, and they knew that it was pancake day. Some of them would have breakfast at home and have breakfast at school. Some would actually tell their parents, "No, I'm going to have pancakes." Like Wednesdays is pancakes, and they wouldn't eat at home. And teachers would come in and stop by. I would make teachers plates of pancakes too. Yeah. That was like the one time that we actually like the one regular way to make food, because it was fairly inexpensive to buy bulk of the stuff that needed for it. And at that point I had a full size fridge, so I could keep, stuff in the fridge for it. Yeah, it was fun. It's one of those rare things where it's like, okay, it's worth, even though this is a good chunk of my weekly cash that I'm allowed to spend, it was worth it. All right, folks. All the rest of these games are one-offs, so we will give it away now, and then that'll be it. And then I will close it, and then I'll reopen a new giveaway. So from here on out, every time the giveaway gets opened, you're gonna have to enter new. This one is Train Sim World 6 Special Jingle Jam Edition, described as realistic railway holiday. Oh, I don't know. Mandalier says, I'll make pancakes whenever I'm maple to. Oh, we got it. We got it. Oh, here we go. Let me read the actual Steam page. I'm practicing my voiceovers. Embark on your next journey and discover the joy of train simulation. Be ready for anything as you master formidable trains across 3 new routes. Unlock new skills and expand your hobby. Expect the unexpected in Train Sim World 6. But it is a special Jingle Jam edition. I don't know how that's different than the others. But there you go. I could do voiceovers for games like that. Yeah. I'm the announcer, hyping you up on the game you're about to purchase. Hello and welcome to Movie Phone. See, I would have definitely gotten that job back in the day. Definitely would have gotten that job. Still gonna wait Delkins. Well, it's both. Why Shakira? I've been giving away. I didn't separate. I combined and gave all the codes away at once, and yeah. So they're all intermixed. One big list. In a world where trains drive across the in a world where trains move across the countryside. Train Sim World 6. Yeah, I didn't do like, okay, I'm gonna give away this person's list and then I'm gonna give away this person's list. I just, since a lot of the games were the same, that's how I ended up doing multiple codes, because there would just be lots of them. Well, I don't think I think they just roll. There's no, like, driving to me involves steering. And trains are on a track. So to me, I guess I just don't consider that a driving? I don't know. Because you're not a train driver, you're a train conductor, right? Doot, doot. Lurking Rider says, Train Sim World 6 Jingle Jam Edition. If that's based on UK holiday experiences, those trains aren't moving anywhere. We don't have a lot of trains here. I saw a really depressing before and after of China's high-speed rail system over like the last 16 years, and like how far it's developed, and they like overlaid it over the United States, and I was like, oh, I would have liked that. But they don't. Do they steer the train? I think they just, it's acceleration and braking. I don't know. I don't know. And that's just my limited understanding of trains. Big Papa Vox says, I suppose they're classified as driven, but I like to think that locomotives are locomated. I thought locomating is as how you make baby trains. Oh no. Isn't that where the song Do the Locomotion comes from? Oh, well, that's a deep cut. Do the locomotion. Wow. Oh, let's not do anything according to Google AI. I want to be very clear. I don't like AI anything around here. I'm just going to skip that. Hey, Shevik. Shevik's 3 steps across the quad. no, I can't get the image of locomating out of my head. This is not, yeah, I was in my head. The next comment here is this was not PG Thomas, and I was thinking about, oh, Thomas. Oh, jeez. All right, let's draw an entry. Shutting it down. Here we go. Get your locomotion on, folks. Blue Toric, exclamation point, claim in chat. Oh. Come on and do the locomotion. Alright, hold on, let me get you this. There it is. Let me know that you got it. Stuck at a 3-step streak? Yeah, I don't understand. Got it? All right, awesome. Marking it off. And archiving that one. The 33,000 gems. Shooting for 50,000 so we can get Eliwick's gem feat, the one that guarantees she draws a gem card each time. That'll be a nice consistent boost to our gems. They're back. Putting these on who now? Sentry. That's right. Drinking too much water can make you dry. Oh, I haven't had too much. I've only had half of this, so it's fine. Looking Rider says, being drunk isn't that bad. Yeah, you tell that to a glass of water, while the glass of water is sitting over there with a label on it that says, drink me. Right. Well, Alice in Wonderland action. Depends on the glass, right? Any of the gem boosting ones, like the feet, there's a it's just there's a no wait. This one, Eliwick stacks the deck to always draw a gem card unless she already has one in her hand. That one's just 50,000 gems straight up. And then there's this one, which is the Celestial Suite that boosts the deck of many things overall by 40%. That's just luck out of a gold chest. I haven't gotten that one. And currently we're at 20.65% per card. Working on trying to get that up to 100%. Yeah, the gold chest one is just, you know, there's so many champions in the game now and so many gold chest feats that you just gotta, you know, cross your fingers and keep opening gold chests. Well, once we're at full epic, we'll use the notary tab right here. Because once we can use this tab, it guarantees us a feat. Oh, we did not finish. Why did we not finish? Oh, he's just a bad guy. Okay, we have not done a whole. Oh, oops, there we go. Let's say not done a whole lot here. All right, there we go. Vajra. Oh, we got a little more Vajra. That's fine. That's fine. So Zariel will be last. From the shop, we can get the toy werewolf. Ding, 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 ding. It's another familiar, folks. We got another familiar. We're getting pretty familiar with the patron shop. All right. That's all the familiars. That's all the patron familiars. So we now have a total of 11, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Means I could put another one in a background party again if I wanted. What I really need is to now get that split the party 3 done, which after we do these patron things, we're gonna attempt Belushi. Yeah. I would like this to be Belushi and Commodore Crocs. And then we could automate another background party with sacrifice 3 familiars to another background party. Just fine. So that's all the patron stuff we're gonna buy. We're a little low on hers. Sucks. Did we do her stuff already? We did. Dang it. Dang it, Barbie. You know what I could do? I could go park a familiar on there on the ultimate bar. Yeah, if that was the second feat you ever pulled, that'd be great. There we go. So I'm going to park this guy over here like this. He's going to roam this bar and stomp on these ultimates to get us that progress. A wild offer with the gold weapon for Eliwick, so tempting. You know, it's one of those, if you have the currency, I think it's worth it, but if you don't, then you really have to. You have the platinum already. Sure. But if you don't, you gotta think about it a little more. All right. It counts the runway familiar in the background? It should. Well, we'll double check here in a second. Okay. We have a trials adventure waiting for us. Oh, we're gonna do that first. So we're going to leave Strahd behind. Look, folks, look how much progress we made overnight. We chopped a half of the health that was left off just overnight. So this is our last run. And this will get us our achievement, one of our achievements. Who was not supposed to be here? This was... There. Okay. All right, we are going 250 areas. So we'll get this set up, and I'll look and see what the progress is on that distraction, or on the ultimate one, and then we'll see if it's working. If not, on the Romy Familiar Bar, we'll just go park it on one of them, whichever one is shorter. But I'd rather get the doubles. Okay. What is our progress with Zariel at 19? So if we get above 19, then it's working. If we don't, then it's not. Then it's not. We could still grind out a lot here for Strahd. Constructs. Vajra could use constructs. He has less currency as well. Oh, we would do Mert. We would go to Mert and do these humanoids, because he's got the lowest of these. But I wouldn't mind getting this one done, because that'd be 720 extra currency, which would put us over the amount we need to get our Modron component chest and time gate piece next week. The rest of these we did from doing the variants, right? And that is one thing you can do when you're doing the variants like this. If you plan on doing some group variants, look at what champions they want, and if you can get it done, get the variants done with those champions, then you get multiple birds, one shotgun. Yeah, you got to wait a while to see the credit, the backgrounds work. Okay, let's go over here. Boom, let's get this one done. This is going to be progress for us. You got it. Kazrin did it. Down to 11. And this is going to be progress for us. Duke Ravengard. We're down to 10 event rares needed. I did try to open up. I opened up like a dozen of those Electrums trying to chase a rare and didn't get a single rare, so stopped. I stopped, and those Electrums are sitting waiting for our next new event champion. All right, let's start a new giveaway. This one is for a game called Story of Seasons, Pioneers of Olive Town. It is a farm sim. Story of Seasons, Pioneers of Olive Town. $3D Harvest Moon for the Super Nintendo? I don't know. Let me go look. I mean, it's out on the Nintendo. Here's what it says. Welcome to Olive Town, a peaceful community established by your trailblazing grandfather and his friends. Now that you've taken over his farm, it's your job to carry on his legacy. Plant crops, raise animals, build relationships, and get to know the residents of your new home. Yeah. What the genre evolved into from Harvest Moon into Story of Seasons like that. Gotcha. Can I enter these? Yeah. I don't have any restrictions about entering. Just that you be here to win. I mean, that's okay. You gotta be here to win. You gotta be able to open your whispers up. That's it. Yeah. Still a 19. We might have to go look and see. Once we finish this, we'll do the drawing. We're almost there. 30 more areas. We'll do our little math to make sure that we can run Tiamat away. You're just driving her off. You're not killing her. Basically, you're beating her to within an inch of her life, so she recognizes she's been mind controlled by the cult of the dragon. Spoiler alert. And then she runs back off to Avernus, where she belongs. Except not, because the next week you're back at it again. So kind of I'll be honest, it was a bit of a silly premise. But I won't. Yeah, she's got real bad intelligence saves, apparently. Or is it a wisdom save to be mind controlled? I don't know. Either way. All right. Here we go. So we have done all 7 days. We have completed all 7 quests. That was an achievement. Now we're also going to be the #1 DPS in our group. Shocker. That's another achievement. But are we going to be successful in running Tiamat off? So here's how you figure it out. Now that we've done all the things we can do and we see that, oh, there's a lot of health left, do we have enough damage? Well, we have our total party DPS, 1160 at the bottom right. So we know our damage per second. So we know the amount of time there is left, 23 hours and 50 minutes. So we're going to take 23 hours times 60 to give us 1,380 minutes. We're going to add 49 now to that. To give us 1,429. We're going to multiply that by 60 to get the number of seconds. 85,740. And then we're going to multiply that by our DPS. And that comes out to 99 million and change. She only has 70 million health left. So we are going to be successful. That's how you figure it out. You can do this with any number of days left. You can do your math to see if you're at the point where you're guaranteed to run her off. We're there. Right? We're there. So tomorrow, when we check in, this will be done. We will have succeeded. We will be able to claim our rewards, and we will be able to start, because it took 7 days, we'll be able to start a new one here too right away. The party total would be the same as this because it's the solo run, but normally you can do this. You want to use the party total at the bottom right so that you know that because the numbers for individuals in a group could be wrong. Never trust those, but the party total will always be right. And this little thing is like a speaking stone. It's stupid. They try to do some, like, to have your champions are talking to the other champions, but I'm the only one here, so silly. How do we start these? I have a prismatic thing. Oh, it's I can't really demonstrate it today, but you have to unlock Trials of Mount Tiamat down here at the bottom left, which is done by completing Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus. And then you click on it, there will be an adventure called the Mad God that you have to do, and then you'll be able to start a Trials run. I can demonstrate it better tomorrow, because we'll be starting another one tomorrow. All right, so we did all the we've done now. Mert here, Mert's done. Bajra's done. Strahd's done. So we just need to finish Zerial. We got 3 runs here. Make us sliding into your DMs. That guy. Hoping that Speaking Chat would tell me if others finish their runs now. And it never will. You just have to look at the numbers. You kind of just have to track the numbers for that. But honestly, I highly recommend not paying attention to anything anyone else in your group is doing. Just do your thing. Do the best you can do and move on with your life. You will be much happier. Mikos, you can reply to this message. Anyone? Bueller? Okay, we're going 575. More. Yeah, this is the problem. We're just running out of potions by not spending our gems. But we can make them. All right. Too late. I'm already sulking for not being top DPS. That's why I said you get that achievement out of the way early by doing this. So we used to scroll. We reached the daily area goal in any trial and earned bonus DPS for the assault team. We did that. Reached the daily goal in any trial 7 times in one campaign. That's the one we just completed today. What else have you got? The rest of the stuff, you know, it'll happen. It'll happen over time. This is the one we want. Contribute the most DPS. This is the next one we'll get. Contribute the most DPS of your group to the assault team at the end of the week. So we'll get that one tomorrow. And then whichever one did we do Volcano? I mean, there's one of these for that. There's difficulty levels. Yeah, so we'll get the So Long Tiamat one for the normal difficulty level. So we'll get a lot of achievements tomorrow. Just by doing that first one solo, and then we'll never do another solo one ever. It'll always be groups, and it'll be over real quick. Hopefully. We'll see. You already have the achievement, just like having the biggest number? I don't know. I'm always the lowest contributor in our pre-made. And I don't even care. Because I think people do maybe 4 days and then coast. It's done at that point. So I don't even worry about it. Okay, we're gonna draw an entrant now. Oh, I forgot to close the thing. Closed. Drawn. Yes, Ice Princess. Ice Princess! Exclamation claim for Story of Seasons. Pioneers of Olive Town. Surprised is Codename Entertainment didn't make a game called Story of Seasons, Life on the Farm. Story of Seasons, Life on the Farm. Oh no. Okay. D&D farming game. I mean, why not? That's a farming game. Yeah, sure. Let's know what that means. Let me know if you got it. Ice Princess. Hopefully it is what I was told it was. You got it. Okay, awesome. Archive that. Got to E150 favor this week. Nice. I don't have any motivation to get high amounts of favor. I cleared 100 on all of the campaigns that mattered, and I'm good on my main account. I wonder, like, a D&D themed farming game. I feel like a D&D themed farming game, because it wouldn't just be farming. It'd be like a combination farming sim and tower defense game, right? Because you'd have to defend your homestead, like your farm, from like, you know, whether it's monsters or, you know, thieves trying to steal stuff and run away with like your animals or steal your crops. Yeah. I mean, that could be interesting. Isn't that just called Idle Champions? No, Idle Champions is a D&D gem farming game. There's a difference. But yeah, like you would have so let's just I mean we're not doing anything else. Let's just theorycraft this out. So you would take over an abandoned farm that needs fixing up and has tons of land, but like the land isn't all farmable yet. And it would be a rundown like single room shack that you live out of, and then another shack with some of your farm equipment in it, right? And obviously you have to upgrade all this stuff, right? So there's one of the premises. But then you're also going to need to build defenses. You know, when you're small, like starting off, it's just going to be defending against, you know, dangerous animals because you're not in like the greatest, safest place. That's probably one of the reasons, you know, the previous tenants left was maybe some of it got burned down in a raid, maybe whatever, right? So you got to have some basic defenses, and those will upgrade over time. And then you also need to sell your goods to someone. So you're going to have to like hire people not only to help you manage the farm and defend the farm, but also take the goods to town. Yeah. And then they're going to need defenders. Yeah, you could do this. You could totally do this. Yeah, and you might send them off with like orders, like while you're there, it spends some of the profits on these. We need these things, and then they come back with new stuff. Like, or maybe that's part of the thing is like you have it like they're going to barter your goods, and maybe sometimes the bartering is for magical. You know, you end up with magical components or something. Yeah. But you could lean into the D&D aspect that way. You could hire a wizard, hire a small apprentice, like an apprentice wizard to work on your property. That kind of, I think that would be interesting. Has anyone done anything like that? Grow your crops in a dungeon. I mean, I think if the first game goes well, then you could have an Underdark version where you're growing like, you know, mushrooms and all kinds of different mushrooms and things in the Underdark. Absolutely. Like Plants vs. Zombies, I mean, no, that's a different thing. That's the plants themselves are defending. That's not. I mean, maybe you're a wizard, or maybe you have a druid and they cast something in the plants, and the plants start fighting back. I don't know. That's not different. New source book coming out next year. Insights of the Dale Lands geared towards social encounters. Interesting. There's not just inns, but also NPCs, minigames, and social occasions such as festivals and tournaments. So I'm just focused on farming and being a farmer in on the Sword Coast. I feel like that's a rough job, right? Yeah. And the bigger and the more successful you get, the more like more dangerous the things that come looking for you are, right? The more worth it is for bigger, badder villains to come after your farm. Mandelier says, sounds a bit like Tales of the Shire. No, I didn't say that. Well, that game's mechanics also includes cooking your friend's favorite recipes. Yeah, I don't need the cooking sim part of it. I just want the farming / tower defense / kind of like survival-esque style. Could be interesting. That's CNE's version of it. Idle Insights. I get the joke there, but I mean, is there an Idle Inn simulator? Idle Inn is a pretty straightforward name. Did I get my fill of cooking sims via Cook Serve Delicious? I mean, it was okay. Like, there's a certain point in those games where it's like, I don't know, it gets a little too busy for me. But I enjoyed those. And it gets really repetitious, right? Like, the repetition just becomes a lot. So Druid's Circle of Spore Wars. I just, the second I read that, I just started hearing in my head, Spore Wars. Nothing but Spore Wars. Thronefall? I don't know. Building and defending a kingdom. I see kind of, yeah, I see kind of some of it, but that's like that's more in depth than I actually care about. There's more going on there. But yeah. Build up your base during the day, defend it till your last breath at night. I don't just, you know, I think it's just that's more complex than I didn't need an entire kingdom. I just, one farm. Start with very simple and then, who knows. Where did this go? Hold on. Oh, cooking your friend. Yes. If your friends were hobbits, you'd be a short order cook. Yes. All right. I think it's time. I think with that, I'm creating another giveaway. All right, folks. The giveaway is open for Spellforce Conquest of EO. EO? EO. Turn-based strategy game. Spellforce Conquest of EO. Not EIEIO, just EO. There's the link. Here we go. On a journey to great magical might, expose and control the lands of EO in this ever-changing turn-based strategy role-playing game. Field armies and heroes in tactical combat. Finish hundreds of quests and gather spells and artifacts to become the most powerful mage of all. There you go. Very positive. Developer owned by Gravity. Publisher THQ Nordic. These are Windows 10 or 11, 64-bit operating system, 8 gigabytes of RAM. I don't know if everybody saw it. I dropped a link in the Discord for something called SN Operator. It's like a Super Nintendo emulator system where basically it adds a cartridge slot, like Super Nintendo cartridge slot to your computer. It's like a USB-C type of thing, I think. Right? Hold on. Let me make sure. I think that's what it said. Now I'm double checking. And it lets you back up those cartridges onto your computer. Just in case. I was just wondering if anybody had seen or heard anything about it, because it sounded kind of neat. Sounded kind of neat, but I don't know. I don't know. Yes, USB-C cable, so it hooks up. Would also work, I guess, with a Steam Deck. Is what it said. It has Super Scope and SNES mouse support. Anyway. If anybody's heard of it, if anybody's seen that stuff, check out the link. Let me know. They previously made one for Game Boy cartridges? Interesting. Okay. I'll have to check that out just to see how well it worked. Because the Super Nintendo was the first home video game system I had, so I would like to play. I don't know, one of these days. I would like to play those games again. I do have I keep threatening to do this and we haven't done it yet. I have this that we're going to play on stream at some point. We'll play some of these games on stream. I got one of these things back when they were coming out. I couldn't get the Super Nintendo version, though. Which made me sad. One day we will do that. Hopefully. We just keep coming. There's just new stuff comes out all the time. I like playing new stuff. All right, Archduke's Blessing. Gotta get through this. How far are we going on this one? 675. We're probably gonna need a pair of these. A pair of these. Nostalgia is strong here. I mean, there's just games that I enjoyed playing back then, and I'm curious if I would still enjoy them again. There's also games that I know I would like to play again, or just fully for the first time, because back in the day, especially for the regular Nintendo, I experienced games sporadically by being at my friend's house who had a Nintendo and getting to watch or play through wherever he happened to be at the time. So there's games like, honestly, like The Legend of Zelda that I don't think I've ever played fully through because I played it with a friend at his place, right? So there's a lot of games like that. But then there's games that I played a ton of that I just back in the day I really enjoyed. I remember just really being into it, and I'm curious if even now those mechanics would be fun. Make them for PSP discs? I don't know. I do not know. Would it be possible to stream them too? I mean, that's the thing is for that the that Nintendo thing, I believe I can hook that up through capture card and stream. Yes, that's the point. That's why I wanted to try doing that. We've never actually. I have a capture card that came with this, and we've never used it. Originally, I was going to run my. I got it because you can run your camera through it, and that helps offset some of the operating stuff. But then the camera I got did not have an output that would go into that. Yeah, good. Thank you. I will check that out later. I don't know when we're going to get around to playing more stuff on stream. Other games. I've got a backlog of other games to play on stream. Normally I'm not a huge fan of like just getting like downloading a game and playing it through a digital emulator. I like the idea of that device requiring that I get the cartridges. I like that's a level of functional that I like. Would I prefer to just find a functional like Super Nintendo? Oh yeah. But the price on that would be expensive. Most likely. What was it called again? Oh, it's in my Discord. Yeah. I didn't look at what other products they might have. That just happened across my feed today, and I was like, oh. I will ask the community and see if anybody's used stuff like that before. All right, giveaway. We're doing the giveaway. Drawing an entrant. Drawing the winner, excuse me. Nimroa. Exclamation point claim for Spell Force. Conquest of EO. Clearly, the farm sim version of this would be the Conquest of EIEIO. right. Let me know that you got it. Oh yeah, the bot's just gonna wreck you if you try. You try to do that, it's already done. Working Super Nintendos with cables and controllers like $100+ on eBay. Yeah, but then what about a converter to get it to hook up to a capture card on it? And there's more money, right? I don't know. I don't have the money for all that extra stuff anyway. I was just really curious. Emerald, let me know that you got that. And then I'll shut this down. Shut it down. Could always put it on the throne wish list. Yeah, I mean, again, that's possible. But then I'd also need cartridges, right? Yeah, HDMI adapters around $30. Yeah, there you go. That's just more costs. Looks like there's a new one in the works. They have Super Nintendo and Game Boy at the moment. Wonder if they're gonna go. I mean, I wonder if they'll then just do the original Nintendo one, since they already did the Game Boy and the Super Nintendo. Way up to 36,000. We are not earning gems quick enough for my tastes. All right, let's see how our progress. Still 19. Okay, let's switch over. Sometimes you don't get an update until you switch to the party. Let's switch over. If we're still at 19, then this guy isn't doing anything. Still at 19. Okay, so he's not doing his job. So we're gonna put him out here for a second. 156 seconds, 260. Well, we know where we're going then. Okay. So we're gonna see this. So this put us at 20. Did not. Why? Oh, we have them parked in Strahd and not Zariel. Oh, Garwar, we were doing this one. Oh, Garwar, why? That's why. Okay, well, this one's on its way to being finished. Jeez. I mean, for Zariel, I guess I could just be sitting over here spamming attacks. Like that. That isn't the worst idea. It's gonna really mess with our Eliwick though. But we could just do this. Jeremy could take care of it for us. Got it? All right. Awesome. Marking it off the list. But in Conquest Dark News, I've gotten 2 characters, 2 of the classes under the new system to go infinite in the arena. Basically means now, like, they've made it much harder now, because the enemies keep scaling up to, like, through tiers all the way up to 20 now. I think originally it was like maybe 10 in the arena, and then it went up to fit maybe 5 or 10, and then it went up to 15, and now it's at 20. And so I've gotten 2 of the 5 classes to get to 20 and then just coast, where it's just everything. Then the enemies then at that point, even though the waves keep coming and your wave count goes up, they don't get harder after that. So once you get that far, you're cruising. And so I've done that with 2 out of the 5 classes, which is nice. Still working on the other 3. So I tend to do some Dune stuff, just stocking up on resources before trying to get the base built out exactly the way I want it before Chapter 3 comes up. Chapter 3, it feels like at that point, my Dune time is going to be running these dailies, basically. Five quests a day. You can do up to 5 quests a day to power up your specializations. Chase down specializations, and that's what I want to be doing once that comes out. So I want everything else to just be cruise control. So I haven't been playing anything else other than those 2 games. Man, I want to spend this. I want to spend all these gems so bad. I'm trying to be good. It's just because we're doing patron stuff, we're getting patron currency instead of gems as rewards for completion, right? Influence and currency. So we're not building up as much as I would like. Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay. We're getting a bunch of Zariel currency, that'll be fine. Perks are basically going to be done until we get further along in our progress. I think Wild Beyond the Witchlight has the next good set of like really good rewards for your time, but well, Icewind Dale has 3. That's true, but they're not super high. Yeah, Wild Beyond the Witchlight, it's the base is 700, 800, and 1,000. So, you know, we aren't at the point where I don't know if we're at the point where we could do any of those. But that is the next big set. So Icewind Dale, maybe if we need more currency at some point, Icewind Dale would be the next place to do some variants. 10 achievements away from getting all of them on DRG Survivor. Awesome. Somebody was in here yesterday, I think, and said that they got all of them. Oh, no, that was a Vampire Survivor. They got all of the Vampires. I think you did all the Vampire Survivors though, right? I think I'm 20 off on Vampire Survivor. Oh, that wasn't. Oopsie. Oopsie doodle. All right, let me turn this on. I had my main account going, but I didn't have it. Forgot to turn the reset on. It was just sitting there killing stuff on a level. Oops. You fully completed Vampire Survivors twice, but Xbox and Steam, bro. That's dedication. Now I'm wondering, like, does Conquest Dark have achievements? It doesn't. It doesn't. It's in early access, so no achievements yet. All right, how's a potion doing? Oh yeah, because we ran 2 of them. We're gonna be fine. I mean, well, I've had Skyrim since the day before it officially released and still haven't completed it. I never played it. I never had any interest in it. Everybody was like all excited about it, and I was just like, eh. Some games just aren't for me. And I recognize that. But this game could be for you. The next giveaway is, look at that, look at that. The next giveaway is for Persona 5 Royal JRPG. People are really into the Persona series. So Persona 5 Royal on Steam. This game may contain content not appropriate for all ages or may not be appropriate for viewing at work. The game includes content such as blood, drug references, partial nudity, sexual themes, strong language, and violence. Don the mask and join the Phantom Thieves of Hearts as they stage grand heists, infiltrate the minds of the corrupt, and make them change their way. Overwhelmingly positive reviews. Developed by Atlas, published by Sega. Yeah, dude. 64-bit processor and operating system, 8 gigabytes of RAM, Intel Core i7. All that jazz. All that jazz. Put it in chat. I mean, Elder Scrolls not having real dwarves, yes, is a. Yeah, I tried to play ESO, Elder Scrolls Online, for a while. Just couldn't get into it. I mean, and I'll be honest, I played, I had bought like, was it Morrowind? Trying to think, no, wait, hold on, let me see. Let me look at the list. Let me make sure I'm Morrowind. Oblivion. No, it was Oblivion. I bought Elder Scrolls Oblivion when it came out. And I loaded it up, I sat down, I played it for like an afternoon, and I was like, wow, this is a really deep game. And for some reason, never played it again. I don't know. To this day, I don't understand why I didn't. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't keep playing. It was good. I don't know. It didn't grab me enough to make me keep playing. Elder Squirrels Online. That sounds like a game for Luke McKay. The Squirrel Whisperer. The Squirrel Whisperer. Oh, we got Zerial's Ultimates done. Jeremy, stop it. Let's come over here. I'm going to park Jeremy right here. To 33. Morrowind has a pair of boots you find in the middle of nowhere and learn they once belonged to a wizard who became an astronaut accidentally. That's not the way you want to become an astronaut, excuse me. Or an accident. All right, giveaway is closed. Drawing a winner. Iliandras, you have won Persona 5 Royale! Exclamation point claim in chat. Exclamation point. Once again, it's the new Loots of Room merch. Oh no, what do you mean, oh no? That's not the response we're looking for. Oh, there you go. Your whispers are open though, so it's totally fine. There you go. Let me know that you got it, and then I will mark this. You see the code, okay? But, you know. Right. Boom. Next one we're going to give away here in a little bit is going to be a game that we've played on this stream. So I can highly recommend it. Huh. So we now have a there is a farm sim / tower defense game. Oh, I'm looking at it right I'm not a fan of the art already, but I'm just trying to see if the mechanics are. How you combine different types of plant turrets. See, that's not what I was looking for, but yeah, but it still is tower defense. Place traps and fences to alter the monster's path. Yeah, I mean that's probably on the. That's more along the lines. It's called Gut Farm, which is like that was a choice of names. Definitely a choice of names that was made. What is going on? Can we not? Can you not kill that Sibriax? We don't have the damage, do we? There it goes. There it goes. Okay. It is not the Ducks. No. It's not Idle Champions. No. All right. We got one variant left. Extreme Heat. Extreme Heat. All right, let's set up another giveaway. Description on this one is not accurate. Folks. It's time to give away a copy of Dredge. Dredge. My description here would be Cthulhu fishing game. Cthulhu fishing game. It's a fantastic game. Dredge is a single-player fishing adventure with a sinister undercurrent. Sell your catch, upgrade your boat, and dredge the depths for long-buried secrets. Explore a mysterious archipelago and discover why some things are best left forgotten. What could possibly go wrong? Everything. Everything. Developer Black Salt Games, publisher Team 17. Dredge is fantastic. We played Dredge and its DLC on stream. I really enjoyed that game. And it is done like they did. I mean, it's, you know, there's no more continued development on that, I believe. Big Papa Bonk, is this speed party a good setup for you, or would you want something else going on? I mean, this is what I have available for Zerial. So racing through Zerial things. This is not what I would use in a generic party. It's just what I'm forced to use for Zerial to go as quickly as possible, and while also completing the area goals. So it's a blend of speed and pushing power. So I don't have to sit here and babysit it too much. I will have to make some, we'll have to get to the end of this one, we might have to make a swap. We'll see. We've picked up a lot more patron perks, so we may have the power to just push right through this one. In the past with Zerial stuff, we've had to make some adjustments towards the end. Oh, there we go, more Assault Party DPS for Tiamat. And another chest. Awesome. This should put us into, hopefully puts us into single digits for our progress tracker. That's not the right thing. Oh, also for the cryptex, this is your cryptex. See how slow it opens up? If I hold down the left control and click on it, it opens real quick and closes real quick. And so when you're doing lots of codes, just make sure you do that once. And then for the rest, until you restart your client, it will go real fast. All right, what do we get? Hey, it is. We're down to 9. That rare is needed. 9. 9. Oh wow, it broke the thing again. Yeah, we played Dredge. What was the other? We played something else right around the same time as Dredge. Now I can't remember. It's also good. I've seen any of the Mighty Nine series yet? Yes. I've seen the. Are they only? Are they only at 8 episodes? Whatever the episodes were, because I checked it yesterday. I was like, did we get new episodes? And I think they just released a limited set of episodes. Hold on. That's not it. There's. I hate how they make it so difficult for you to find. Like. Your saved list. 8 episodes. I have seen all 8 episodes. I think that's all they dropped. Isn't that all they're gonna drop? I don't know. I've seen 8 episodes of the Mighty Nine. It was good. It was good. It's good. You know, there's little changes. Well, some big changes to the storyline, but I mean that's you don't notice. You wouldn't know if you hadn't watched the Mighty Nine, live play through. You wouldn't know, and I think they're enjoyable. But then there's a lot of little. There's just a little nods to people who did watch Critical Role, watch it happening live, and know all the little things. There's just lots of little comments or Easter eggs or that make it real enjoyable for me. Anyway. So it'll be interesting to see if do they ever get to finish one of these series? That they're doing these animated series, because he started with the Legend of Vox Machina. There's a lot going on there. Are they actually going to be able to do the whole Legend of Vox Machina as an animated series? Will they be able to finish then? Like that'll tell you if they're going to ever finish the others, because it's like, well, they're starting off and it's super cool to watch, but if they don't ever make it a finished series, it's going to be like womp womp. All right, let's give this away. Give it away. Give it away. Give it away. Drawing an entrance. Kavaki Macias. You have won a copy of Dredge. Expedition X. Just can't do it. Just can't do it. Do the thing in chat. Can't. Okay, and now that you've claimed, now go into your privacy settings and turn off block whispers from strangers. You don't have to verify. You just got to let me know that you turned off that setting, and then I will whisper you the code. Trying to make this easier and go quicker. But you do have to turn that on. Now that you've won, and then you can turn it back on after I send you the code. Yes, disable your firewall. Give me your social security number. Yeah. It is not. It is not off. It is definitely on. This user has turned on block whispers from strangers in their private settings and must start a conversation with you first. So you can either start a conversation with me, or you can just go turn that off. Shoe size? I don't need people's shoe size. Hoshi Fishing Sim. Yeah, that's what it is. What? I was trying to remember though. What other game did we play? Like we played Dredge and we played something else right around the same time. Okay. There we go. Dave the Diver. It must have been Dave the Diver. Yeah, it was Dave the Diver. Both of those just fantastic. Yeah, let me know that you got it all sorted. Take care of this. Dave the Diver, fantastic. Really waiting. Looking forward to the In the Jungle DLC when that comes out. Yeah, we played both of those around the same time, and it's like two different types of fishing games, but both highly enjoyable. Yes, Dave even got his own emote. Blue Hole. Welcome back to my Blue Hole, everyone. Dave got his own voiceover too. Now I gotta remember what was Dave's. Hey guys. I don't know if I should invite everybody into my Blue Hole anymore. Every time I said it's time to go to my Blue Hole, everybody just dove right in. Dave had his own personality. He didn't have VO in the game, so I voiced everything for Dave. But I changed I voiced things the way I felt Dave was thinking them instead of the things that actually got said. Big mouth Lovecrafting, yeah. All right. Yeah, Dredge is super fun. All right. These next two games are described as the same thing. So I think we'll give away 2 more games and then we'll save everything else for tomorrow. Dave X Dredge, eat, fish, love, craft. Yes. Okay, Wicked One says that Variety reported that The Legend of Vox Machina was signed through a 5th and final season. Okay. Awesome. As long as they know that in advance and they can plan out their whole arc, that's what you like to see. That's what you like to see. I am anxiously awaiting the final episode of Stranger Things. Speaking of finishing off a story. I wonder what Cthulhu tastes like. I'm gonna say fishy. I'm gonna say fishy. All right, we're going to 650 on this one. 650. And then we're going to attempt Blushi again. I don't know what to say on that one. I mean, we're going to attempt it. We now have 54 champions unlocked. It's more. We have more champions than I was expecting to have when we attempted Blushi again, but still think it's a good time to try it again. Okay, up next in the giveaways, Griftlands. Griftlands, described as a deck building roguelite. Griftlands is a deck building roguelite. Didn't I just say that? Where you negotiate, fight, steal, or otherwise persuade others to get your way. Every decision is important, be it the jobs you take, the friends you make, or the cards you collect. Very positive reviews. Developed and published by Clay Entertainment. Griftland. If we want, are we free to enter again? Yeah, I don't restrict that. People may boo you, but you know, look. Because here's the thing, from my perspective, I don't want somebody to win a game that they were like kind of wanting to play, and then like 2 games later, it's a game they really want to play, and then they already won. Like, so I don't. You know, here's what it is. I'm not gonna lie. Some of this looks like the characters are like Wookiee-esque. Oh no, they're like dogs. Never mind. First glance, I was like, is that a Wookiee? It's got some. Yeah. Griftland. Yes, that Clay. I guess they did Don't Starve. But it is that ALEI. Yeah, this is where things are going to get... Okay, we need to switch out Olsen, because our damage is going to start. Issues. We don't. But the next game we'll give away is also described as deck building roguelike. It's funny. Some apparently people like deck building roguelites nowadays, or at least people like making them. At least people like making them because that was, you know, people love putting deck building in games nowadays as the way that, well, I guess Idle Champions could be described as a deck building. No, not really. But you collect cards. I don't know. Who's overdressed for this adventure? I don't know, maybe. I don't know what outfit do I have. Oh, this is just their basic. They have a lot of outfits. Yeah, they've got the kind of fur-lined coat, I believe, because wasn't Human from like Icewind Dale? Or wasn't the 3 kobolds in a trench coat from Icewind Dale, Remember the Frost Maiden? Can't remember. I mean, I don't mind that they use the card style, like the concept of deck. I don't know. There are some people that are just super into deck building games in general, and I'm like, I mean, what else has it got? I don't know. I think sometimes it feels just more like the way they're presenting your options and the way you're getting items. They're just presenting it as cards and stuff. And I'm like, is that deck building? I don't know. All right. Hey, we completed this. Man, my contact has just not stopped bothering me all day. Wonder if CNE knew that Human was going to end up being as popular as... No, I don't think so. Also, I think one of the reasons Human is popular is because they are a very good speed champion. I think if they were just a support champion without the speed functionality, I don't know how popular they'd be. All right, in terms of usage, I mean, I think everybody would love 3 kobolds in a trench coat. All right, we're going to go back to the Wild Beyond the Witchlight. Let's go over here real quick, though. We add one more pick there, a couple there. All right. So, here we go. Bully for me. We will start this after I do the drawing. After I do the drawing. All right, drawing time. Turning off the entrance. Silent Woof. You've won! Exclamation point claim in chat. That was me doing a silent woof. Look. You know it was going to happen. You knew it was going to happen. Silent Wolf, exclamation point, claim in chat. Should I do... I need to do my math here at least. At the very least. We need to do our math. So I don't want to wing it. We'll get in trouble. So we're going to lose 23 and we have 54. So that's 21, which means... I mean, we're still burning down to like 1 in each seed. 1 to 2 in each seed. Yeah, Silent Wolf is silent after all, as they haven't typed exclamation point claim yet. Wait, no. Losing 23. And we have 54. That's... no, that is 31. 31. I could do math. So we can have 2 in each seat. One for smaller. No worries. Silent Wolf. Just exclamation point claim. I still can't say it right. Claim the dang thing. All right. And this was Griftland. And there's your code. Let me know that you got it. All right, so 31 extra. So you divide that by 12, it's 2 point something. We can do at least, 2 in each place. Lee says, I can't remember the name of it now, but there was a game themed like you were playing a tabletop RPG, but the combat mechanic was based on deck building. It was one of the few deck building games I enjoyed. All right. Let's do this. Let's do this. Immediately failed. Immediately fell back a level. Thanks, kid. Appreciate it. Okay, so here's the thing. Every 25 areas, the bullywug's going to remove someone, and it's going to remove someone in a seat with the most champion. And what I would really like to do, is have a tank out. Really? Well, we want low damage champions out, and tanks. Oh boy. So here's an interesting thing, because this seat only has 3 in it, and we're burning down to 2 in each seat. We could get rid of someone here, and be good. And here's 3. I mean, this would get us to Carlock as well. Ooh, yes. So we're gonna put Sentry in. We're gonna put Sentry in. This is what we needed. We needed enough where we could just instantly get our Carlock. So yeah. Once you put someone in the formation, you can't remove them, so you're stuck with them. You can't use Fire Breath. Click damage has no effect after area 100. Oh, I guess we can. Means I can slam that up to 100. We'll move a little faster. A little bit faster now. A little bit faster now. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna throw an hour-long speed potion on. Can't use that. Duh. Darn. We want. What's our favor here? E28 is pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. Card Hunter. Is that it? Card Hunter it? Because I played Card Hunter. Card Hunter's in my library. I just clicked on it. It is right there. I liked Card Hunter when it first came out, and the only thing I didn't like about Card Hunter when it first came out was that it wasn't multiplayer, because Card Hunter came across as a very, like, what would have been a very enjoyable multiplayer experience. But I haven't played it, but then I think they added multiplayer, and then I haven't played it since. They still update Card Hunter? That is nice. Oh yeah, they do. "12 years of Card Hunter." I thought that game's been around a while. Good lord. It's done as standees, which I loved too. Like, little cardboard standees that move around for everything. Like, we might have to play that on stream at some point. Okay, hey, we did the thing. Now we get Carlock. Now, see, here's the important thing. I now have my DPS, my full game DPS. Full run, we want Carlock DPS. And I now have her in my formation, which makes me super happy. We couldn't even get to her last time. Explosives is playing Card Hunter right now. Oh. We're going to have to do that at some point. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to throw in, Celeste. and then we'll have two of our team, like our permanent team, in from the beginning, which is so good. And then we just have to make sure we never have a seat. We never just have champions that only have 2 in from that point. Save your breakers from the. Oh no. Yeah, with Bully for You, you can choose the group you end up with. So that's I am making very specific, thoughtful choices to end up with the team that I want at the end. The nice thing about Karlach DPS is she can function as a DPS and a tank. So now that she's in, I could never get that far the first time we tried this. I just didn't have enough champions. But now we can. So I think we're gonna be good. A game called Slay the Spire, a roguelike card. People talk about Slay the Spire all the time. I've never gotten to play it. I never played it. But we play games and they're like, oh, this is like Slay the Spire. And I'm like, apparently a lot of people enjoyed Slay the Spire. Which is great. I just never played it. Yeah, see, there you go. Buff Elf says Slay the Spire is very, very good. Awesome. So I am already very confident about this run. I am very confident about this run. Okay, turning progress off. So we lost Lae'zel. Now here's the thing. So I always know who's going to get lost because I'm making the decisions. That bullywug isn't making the decisions. I am. I know who's going to get knocked out. I know where he's going to jump. Place my champions accordingly. So we're getting Lae'zel. This is our 1-2 combo. We're going to be very, very strong because of this for the whole game. For this whole run, we have a really strong DPS that can also tank, and a really strong support who can also DPS. But now we need our fodder. We need someone who's going to get knocked out. Because Mama said knock you out. I'm going to knock you out. I kind of want to save this 6 stack for later. Do we have... Oh, man. 5, 4. A 4 would be good. So we know we were losing 2 from here. Yeah. I think I like this idea. Let's lose... Because I think we want Briv ultimately as a tank up front. Briv and King of Shadows. Be good as a tank. We're going to 600 again. 600 should be fine. Let's just do Calliope. Turn it back on. Oh, we claimed it. Wait, did I do the... Silent Wolf got it. Okay, cool. Like, did we confirm with Silent Wolf that they got it? They did. Okay. I need to close this. Close. Restart. New giveaway. This giveaway is for a game called Beneath Oreza. Beneath Oreza. Beneath Oreza, a fighting roguelike deck builder, takes you deep within the city to confront your foes. As a strategist, choose your cards, upgrades, and artifacts wisely. But as a fighter, turn their positioning to your advantage. Mostly positive reviews, developed by Broken Spear Inc., publisher Goblins Publishing. Goblins Publishing. I do have one code. This is going to be the last giveaway today. One code. Our fodder. Who art in Witchlight. Idle be thy name. I almost made a mistake, folks. I didn't stop after 75, and we almost could have lost Karlach. That would have been bad. That would have been bad. So this is we're gonna lose Daddy. So I'm just dancing the frog back around, back and forth over here in the corner. Ice Roo, how do I run multiple parties but with only 5 familiars unlocked? You have to manually do it at that point. Because like I need to switch to level up characters manually. That's exactly what happens, yes. This is how they try to encourage you purchasing more familiars with cash. So yeah, you want automation, you have to get more familiars. Otherwise, you just have to manually switch around. This one's potato friendly? Nice. Would I have restarted if I lost Carlock? Yes. This early in the run? Yes. Okay. Hey, we stopped again. Okay. Now we know we're getting Briv. Now we know we're getting Briv. So we're building permanent party members one slot at a time. We are doing this much, much better than the first attempt. And it's because we have such a variety of champions. Let me see where else. Oh, geez. Some of these are we're gonna have to wait around for some of these. So what I'm trying to look for is strong options in terms of the permanent addition to the party. In like a 4 seat. So like here, I don't even know if I'm going to use that seat. This one we would for sure. So let's go ahead and sacrifice Minsk. Sorry, Boo. Yeah. So we're slowly building the end party that I would like to have, but we just have to do it 1 seat at a time. It's going to be harder as we get higher, obviously, but that's why I'm trying to get a good solid group in now of strong supports that's going to give us strong damage and strong tanking. I mean, we have really strong tanking right now. Briv is one of the strongest tanks on my account. So we've already got him in, and we're getting health share from Carlock to make him even tankier. We just don't want to lose anyone that we're choosing from the that are now permanents. Like these are the people I want to end this run with. We want to lose Minsk, and again, we should, as long as, well, no, we should. We will, excuse me, because he's in a seat with 4. What you don't want to get into in this, which can what can actually throw things off and create bugs and problems, is if you bring in someone like a dungeon master in 6 and then you use them to bring in someone else. Like, there's issues with those mechanics that screw up the counting and screw up the math and make the game basically bug out. You don't want that scenario. But as long as we're down, as long as the permanent member is down, like for us on this, is one of the final 2. That's what we want. So we want to get rid of someone else here. We're going to get rid of Egbert. So then I can decide between Freely and Cadbury, and I haven't made my decision. It shouldn't be that big of a decision, and yet I'm like, I don't know. Oh, hey. Yeah, more health. All right, last call for what are we giving away? Beneath Oreza. Beneath Oreza. Did I read that one off? I did. Yes. Yes. Get the next. Oh wait, yes, no. Okay, I'm good. I was like, oh no. No, but we want to lose we want to lose Egbert, excuse me, and then we'll do the drawing. Because I want to pause every time we get a hop. Every time we lose a champ, I want to pause my progress, turn off auto progress, and make sure I'm making a good decision. Okay. Paused. Drawing. Pro Gamer. We've heard that name today, but hey, I don't care. Pro gamer, you won. Do the thing. You did this earlier today. You know. What happens when we get smaller number of entrants? There's a higher chance somebody that won before is going to win again. Pro gamer, exclamation point claim. All right, who do I want now? We want either Caddy Bree or Freely. Here's the thing, like Caddy Bree is just an overall good choice. I like Caddy Bree. Freely has the chance, it can make us go Bud's Buggy if we need more damage. But I think it's 600. Wow, it's 9 champs. We're going Freely just in case. Just in case. I don't know what option I'm going to choose there yet. Though. Okay, hold on. Let me get the giveaway out to Pro Gamer. There you go. Okay, so now we've got 4 of our 9 permanents out. You start working on the 5th one. Okay, we could do this. Let's put the dark air jam, and just to see the cozy skin. Just to see the cozy skin. You're welcome. Enjoy your new game. Courtesy of chat. Delkut and Bai Shakira were the ones that gifted the bulk of these. All right, that's going to be the last giveaway today. I have 8 more codes for tomorrow, but one of them is, well, I hope it works. So we will give those out tomorrow. You will want to use them right away tomorrow because they will expire after tomorrow, I believe. If they don't expire tomorrow, that would suck. We just wouldn't give them away. Well, no, it should be after tomorrow. Tomorrow should be the last day to claim them. Okay, did we? No. Okay. I was like, did we lose the Dark Urge yet? No, we didn't. No, we did not. See ya, Dark Urge. Wouldn't want to be ya. There we go. Okay. The Dark Urge is gone. Next up, Jam Jam. Jam Jam. You know what, Jam Jam? Go up front. Get up front with your bruises, so. Alright. This is where, you know, early on when we have powers, when we want to burn off like useless champions like this, that aren't really helping us at all. Because later on, putting that kind of champion in is a problem, so. It's one of the things you have to balance as you're moving forward. I'm trying to build a really strong group, but you can see the health is picking up towards where our damage is already. So I need to make better decisions going forward. Which is why I was trying to get rid of some of these just useless additions while we can. While we still can. I really should level him up too. But I'd kind of like one more permanent member before I make his choice. Although that may make it harder. Which sucks. It might. Right now it's leaning towards chaos, but what if it ends up, what if the next member is one of these? Right. Jam Jam is gone. Dragon Bait or Strongheart. I feel like we're going Strongheart. That's the strongest play here. It's the strongest play. Oh no. Oh no. Hold on. I'm gonna have to imagine what this is gonna end up as. 10 stacks of Righteous Event is not much at all. It doesn't even matter. Okay. Honorary Remember isn't gonna play. I think it's gonna be this. I don't think we're really doing a group. Okay. All right. So now, who am I? Who's up next? Oh, that's a beefy seed. I think we go here because we want to get to the Duke Ravengard Strongheart synergy. Yeah. And so we need to burn 3 off. It's not that hitch isn't gonna. We're gonna have to go. No, we're gonna have to do hitch right now. We need to burn Hitch, Humon, and Tess to get to Duke Ravengard. See how all this works. Do I still want Cast and Chill? I mean, is it still on my wish list? If it's on my wish list, then it's something I'm still interested in. I'm not gonna lie. We've got, what do we got lined up here? Expedition 33 is on the to play list. A game called Rogue Waters is on the to play list. Battle Marked, which we're going to play tomorrow. The Cult of the Lamb expansion comes out in January. I mean, now I'd like to play a little Card Hunter on stream just for fun at some point. I got Pathfinder Kingmaker on the to play list. Spiritfarer is on the to play list. At least we got a lot. We got a lot on the to play list. So I don't even know. Some of these I don't know when we get around to playing them. But yeah, I mean, that's why stuff tends to go onto the wish list. I haven't looked at the wish list, but I don't. The only thing, here's what would remove something from the wish list. If I checked on it and it said, "Oh, we're using AI art," I'd be like, so "Give me a second. Let me see." Let's see if there's been any updates to how they make the game. No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, so that was one of those fishing games where I was like, huh. Idle/active fishing game. It seemed interesting. Oh, stop the party. Stop the party. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We lost Hitch. We were without a hitch for a second there. But I'm pumped. All right, things were going off without a hitch. All right, there we go. In the back, Humon is not a speed champion, but you know what? Let's put them in the front so that they're fine. And we'll fly through the rest of these levels. Good DPS growth so far. But we want to try to make good choices like this, where we're using, where we're building good damage and survivability along the way, so that we can handle burning off bad champions, like putting in bad champions. Because we don't have tons of good champions. All right. Tess is up next. Tess is going to go here. I mean, Tess is helping the party. We like that. The Duke Ravengard hopefully will be the bigger help. Lurking Rider, thank you. I will add Cast and Chill to the to playlist. Yeah, to favorites. There we go. All right, and away we go again. Thank you very much. All right, big stretch. So what could hinder us is if I've tried to make good choices along the way, but I didn't. We run into a situation where I'm trying to burn off a champion that just is too bad. Like, whoops, I waited too long. Because there is an argument that you could burn off the worst champion super early on, but I feel like we're still riding a line here. There's a fine edge of success and failure here. So we still have to make good choices, but like, how good are they going to be? I don't know. I mean, I'm choosing to bring in somebody who only has 6 average item levels and is in a mix of blues and greens over someone who has item level 50s with a purple and is shiny and you know, full blue 7 that we know is solid. And I'm doing it specifically for a synergy that I know is good, but is it into its era yet? I don't know. Like, or do we have enough to make it work? I don't know. All right, there we go. Duke Ravengard in. Duke Ravengard can go in the back. He likes it like that. We go Strength of Baldur's Gate. This is the one that makes adds additional crit chance and crit damage. That's what we're looking for. Crit chance specifically. But we'll take the extra damage. No, I want to do this one. Okay, now, who am I? Who am I working with next? So, Makos does still count here, I believe. So if we came over here, we need Makos and someone else still alive. And so I feel like I have to use Dritz. We're going to burn Dritz off right now, because he would not be useful in a formation higher up. And we've got, look, our bud went up, way up. It went all the way up. So good. So we'll see what happens. So while I know I have a lot of bud, I'm going to try to burn off somebody that's not helpful. Because I know Nordham's going to be a strong buffer here. And Diana's a solid buffer too, especially with 100 average item levels. So we'll do Diana next and Nordham after that. And then we'll end up with King of Shadows in the front of our party. So Dritz is about to become the leader of the companions of the already removed. There you go. There's my companions of all reference. All right. Dritz. Here we go. Let's do some of this. And we'll lose Diana next. And then we'll bring in Nordham from the background. How's Nordham been doing back there? Hey, he did all the ultimates. Awesome. We should put him in Vajra doing. Or Mert. One of those two. Now you absolutely can spreadsheet this, like who you want to lose first and which, you know, which seats first. You can give yourself a working order and figure that all out beforehand. You know, I didn't, but I did my math, so I know. I mean, you at least want to do your math. You know you're going to lose 23. Subtract that total from your your total number of champions. Then you divide that number by 12 to know how many you have to burn down to. So that's how we got to the 2 in each seat. All right, there we go. Diana's going. Nordum gonna join the party. Nordum's now a solid buffer, so let's look at that. I mean, yeah, so we're doing good. Oh, that was from Diana. Jeez, Diana had us in the 149s. Not bad. Okay. But I mean, you know, the area health here is in the, you know, just over E100. So, yeah. So Diana actually was the better buffer. Potentially interesting. Doesn't matter. Norm's going to be gone. Norm's going to be gone soon. King of Shadows is going to give us a really beefy tank as well as a support that can build up. Build up their power. And then we'll figure out who we're going to next. Oh. Oh no. So what happened? Something broke. Something broke. Was it calling Nordum from a background party? That might have been it. Should not have removed over here. There were 2 left, and it's maybe it's not considering Makos. That's what happened. It should be considering Makos, but it's not because he's not eligible, I guess. Well, that's a big blow because not only did we lose our Briv, we can't get to King of Shadows. And that changes things. So, hey, I did not know that. I did not know that a Tiamat... It makes sense, I guess, now. I never ran it with this situation where if they're ineligible from Tiamat, it doesn't count. It doesn't allow them to count as characters in the seed. Son of a... That's changing some things now. Now, how do we get there? How do we get there? Avalar? Gotta be heavy. We're going to 600. Gotta be heavy, which means we lose a ton of power out of Yorvin. And it's going to take us a while to even get there. Good news is we could just throw in Valentine and never lose her. Support. We could do a Havilar Gale. Frontline. It's not what I was wanting to do, but that's where we'd have to end up. Okay. Well, you got to roll with mistakes. You're going to roll with mistakes. Mistakes were made, so we need to burn off Eliwick Virgil, Yorvin, and Tyrrell. That's probably our best option. So who's going to be the weakest of them? Maybe Virgil? I'm not sure. These were not decisions I was ready to make. I mean, we have a safe amount of damage at the moment, but yeah, that I screwed myself up. Oh well. I should have left myself open to the possibility that that was the thing that was going to happen. Yeah, Karlach again. Karlach being a tank DPS is helping us because at least she's sharing health with the party. Oh. Yeah. But yeah, we're going to bully for you is the base bully for you is 600. Because remember, you could do patron versions of this, but which would be higher. But man, is that a headache. More splits, more headache. This is at least one of the, like, this is one of these kind of variants that I don't mind because you can plan it out in advance. It's when you can't plan it out in advance, that when it's just truly random, that I'm like, sucks. I don't want to. Okay, Eliwick's going to come in her buffing spec. You'll note I did the left spec. That's buffs. We want big buffs so we do not die. I like big buffs so I do not die. But we're still, it looks like Virgil was actually buffing better. Yeah, her cards are not. No, that is night cards. Wow. She just doesn't have a super strong buff. All right. Now we know. Now we know a level 105 with a shiny on the deck of many things is a worse buffer than a item level 6 Virgil. Game balance. Hashtag game balance. We still got a good enough buffer at the moment. It will be like a damage buffer. 133 versus 121. Yeah, she has other perks, but that doesn't matter when what you need right now is damage. Doesn't matter what other perks she has at that point. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, good. Alright. Lost that. Now Yorvin would give us a lot. So I think we go hero. We do barrel, and we hope we can crawl forward with barrel. Because Yorvin is going to be monster buffer for us. Man, I'm so sad that I don't get Yorvin. I mean, we could just not tank. That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. Thank you, Dance Lover. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, that one mistake could end up coming back to haunt us. We're doing good though. In the 140s for damage. 128 is current health, so I mean we're okay. Yeah, I mean I do have Carlock as health share. To be clear, and we could pop. I do have a. I do have a couple of the. Got 3 levels of the health potions. Which normally I don't. Normally I sell all that stuff off. So I mean, there, you know. Is there an argument that we could do this? Yes. Yes, there is. What's the health? E69, but what's the health for the squishies? E4. I don't. Have I got the motor and core pipe the best it could currently be? Yeah, I'll show you in a minute. Got 2 legendaries too. Oh, it's just so much damage. There is no other tank. Like, Niali is not the right fit for this scenario. We could use her in a pinch, but her buff's gonna be bad. No, I gotta do this the right way. Or at least attempt to do it the right way. I have to attempt to do this the right way. See what happens. Minthara is an evil tank. She's not really not gonna help us too much. So yeah, oh, wrong button. Here's our core. If you haven't seen it, look at that. Look at the purple. Look at the purple flow. Oh, we unlocked a node over here and I didn't. We unlocked these and I didn't even know. We didn't even redo it. Oh no. But this is damage and gold finds, so that's not going to be super helpful. We would need health nodes. I forgot that we didn't update the core. We'll have to do that. Well, we're not going to use the bunny. Bunny's about to get knocked out. Bunny's about to get knocked out. Who knows? Maybe that's another mistake, but well, hold on. Let's go look. E22. Yeah. Kinda. It's nice. We're not going to get that out of Havilar. Okay. Have it all. Havilar. Havilar is going to tank with Dembo. All right. Damage went way up. Oh, we triggered Bud's Buggy. Well, I said that we were going to use Freely just in case. And it's working. We have 2 more spots to fill. So the buff with Bobby down here. We could end up with like Lark over here. Valentine guaranteed to not get knocked out. We could end up with Halsin. There's a lot of burn off here. I don't think we're only going to lose 2 more times. So I think I want to save. I think I want to save Esmeralda for last. So let's do BBG. It's not going to be my take. Triggered a bug called Bud's Buggy. It's just a debuff. It's a bug that triggers off of debuffers. One of the ways I know it triggers is if there's a 0 here on running average for a debuff champion, it's in like the first stage of triggering. When their face shows up down here as the Bud setter, then I know we went full Bud's Buggy. The better name for it that I realized after years of calling it Bud's Buggy was Breaking Bud. I should have said, we've gone full Breaking Bud over here. Didn't. I regret it. Ithris buff's better than Esmeralda? Well, the issue isn't the buffs. The issue is the breaker. You haven't noticed the bosses tend to have a segmented health. I want that health to go away faster. I don't think we're going to have an issue with damage by the time we get it. Well, we might now, actually, since we are at a subpar team. Yeah. But, I mean, we're going to split. We're going to lose. Oh, we just did. Sorry. We lost our boy there. Next. I mean, I don't even have to throw in here. I could click here and I could burn somebody else off somewhere else. Like I could burn off over here. Oh, let's see what his buff does. All right. I is stacking multiplicatively. We really like that. We're not super far away, but we could move. We could move eventually if we needed to. Yeah, he's just not. We're not going to get a lot of stacks at the moment. E17, not bad. Not bad. Damage is, oh yeah, because we. So now you can see Freely's faces here. Freely's not a DPS. He should not be listed there. So that means we're full Bud's Buggy. Well, I can't at the moment because the Bullywug is here. I mean, I could, but I would, yeah. I know what I would want. And I can't do what I would want at the moment, but it's fine. We've got plenty of damage. And they're going to get removed right now anyway. They are. Boop. Boop, they're gone. Booped them on the snoot, and they're gone. Hey, Sir scored 10,000 critical hits with Duke Ravengard in the formation. So this would be a 4. This would be a 5. We'd lose from here if I put this in. The 4 as well. That's a 5. So I want someone from here. I mean, we could just try Menthar. This is, I guess we'll do this. Is kind of important. This is what you really want. With 2 strive stacks. Woo! Jeez. So bad. We're not even getting a single bonus. I've got to try it. Tell me that's more 4. Okay. Okay. Jeez. Oh, I know. Halson's going to be who we end up with. How good are the later evergreens like Blushi and Rhea? Rhea is not a later evergreen, but Blushi is. And Blushi's solid. Blushi's solid. That's one of the reasons why we were trying to get her. Yes. As with Esmeralda in the formation, it was a missed opportunity to not call it Breaking Bud. But yeah, Blushi's a little later, but not super later, but Blushi is later. Later than Rhea. Like, Olcoria isn't worth getting. Rhea's, it depends on your group. He wants lawful and or good champions to buff. And if that's not what you're building, then Rhea isn't useful for you. Xeraphon, not, you know, it's okay. Like, the only time Xeraphon gets good if you invest a lot of time into them. To let them power up. And then... Oh, wait, no, we have more... We have more splits than I thought we did left. What was I thinking? I don't know. We're losing more. We have to lose a lot more champion. I'm glad I just realized that. We're going to 600, so we're going to have a 550 and a 575. So I need to burn 2 more people. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 here. Oh no. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we could do. Everybody else's should be a 2. Let me just verify 2s. 2 by 2. 2s. 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 Okay. So let's do. Dyna here. Bouncing here and there and everywhere. High adventures. It's beyond compare. They're the Dyna here. Right. Over there. See, we'll see what happens here. I don't know if this was a good choice, but we're doing it. I made it. I made the choice. Now I have to live with it. So Blushi's good. Commodore Crux is good. The Wild Beyond the Witchlight. Light of Xerxes. Wild Beyond the Witchlight is Blushi. Light of Xerxes, Commodore Crux. Turn of Fortune's Wheel is Ren, and they're interesting. I mean, I think they're pretty solid. And then Vaknev and Ruin is Windfall, and Windfall is arguably the strongest evergreen in the game. But it's just a nightmare to get. Well, I just call using up the champions burning. Okay. Now, Paulson would be a 3. We could put Hank in as a 4 or Gale up front. Why is Gale in a different party? Paulson can go here. Oh, geez, we soft capped. Whoopsie. Whoopsie doodle. We're going to use your illusion, even though that's not really going to buff. We're going to have to do this, and we're going to have to do this, and we're going to have to do this. And then it works. Oh. Doesn't matter. These are both the same. Well, no, this one would be better because of Lazo. Okay. I'm going to snooze this ad. We're coming up on finishing this. Don't blame you going Ashara DPS on me. That's not. That was a you decision. That's an issue, not an ish me. Which I heard over the weekend, and now that's my favorite. All right, there we go. Now we've got a Bullywug tanking for the final 12 stages. We can put Esmeralda in, left spec, left spec. All right, and away we go. And our bud is over 200, so we're good. We did it. So, 50 plus champions. I had estimated like if you had like 45 plus, what was it? Because you're going to lose 23. So if you have 45, you would be burning down to 2 in every seat. So I think at 45 is kind of the point where I think is the earliest that you mathematically that you'd want to chase Belushi. Personally, could you pull it off faster? I'm sure you could. It's going to be a lot more difficult. Yeah. So I think at 45 champs, you're good. We were over that because that's how it ended up being by the time we got around to trying this again. There it is. We've completed Bully for You. Yay. Bully for You on day 24. The new account is still ridiculous. It's still ridiculous, folks. Okay. What the hell do I even do now? I feel like we need to do we want Commodore Crocs next, which would be Light of Xerxes. But I would want to do a favor run. And they have 15 minutes. If we can do 200 areas in 15 minutes and then tomorrow do a favor run. Got armored, so this isn't even where we would want to do a favor run anyway. So yeah. Do this. Let's do this. This sucks. This NPC is always here. It makes this suck. Makes this suck. It messes with your formation layouts, everything. So we unlocked Belushi, and I don't have any. Oh, I do have some silvers. Okay. There's one green. There's two. There's three. Oh, okay. I don't know that that's. I don't know that that helped us. We'll see. Wow. Okay. All right. Let's see. Belushi is over here. Nope, we still need 2 more greens. 2 more greens. Okay, Sentry. And BBG. Let's throw down. I say let's throw down some speed, but I don't have any. All right. When do we get a nerds meta tutorial? Never. Another champ that buffs based on escorts. Yes, Desmond, but that you really want I like 3 or more escorts before I bring Desmond in. 2 is probably the minimum. 1 is not enough. But arguably, if you were building a Cass DPS formation here with Desmond, yes, then it becomes a yes situation. I don't have Desmond on this account. I do have Cass, so it doesn't really work. Never use Solok. I refuse to buy silver chests. So, you know, it's going to be what it is. I think that's where we're going to end up. So we're going to slowly build up. Oh, we got it. But we failed at the same time. Nice. We're going to slowly build up Blueshy stuff here. Just off looted silvers. Almost 42,000 gems, though, folks. That's good. Is it Cthulhu? Did Cthulhu replace nerds? Okay. See, I didn't even think about that because I don't really think about Artemis ever. So I hadn't even considered that, or Cthulhu would have replaced Artemis already in the nerds in the meta. That's good to know. So now nerds is only useful in one place, and that's Willy Wonka. That's Willy Wonka. Oh, well, yes, nerds are good in your mouth, but that's a little... when we're talking about nerds in this context. All right. Well, let me tell you, the gummy cluster nerds are like, ridiculously good. I had to stop buying them because I just would devour them. They were just too good. I was like, it's time for a nerds rework. They will never do that because A, evergreen, but B, Justin didn't want nerds in any meta. Justin tried to make a bad champion on purpose, And originally it was in two different they were in two different metas they worked, and it frustrated the hell out of them. Based off their statements. Public statements. Now, nerds are good in only one place, Lurking Rider's account, yes. When's the Devourer cosplay? Never. You with a box of nerds, that's the Devourer cosplay. Closet cosplay, it's, I'm just with a box of nerds. I have to wait until my dentist says I can eat things that have small stuff in them again. Like, you're not supposed to get anything that could get into the healing cavity in your mouth at all. And I go back a week from tomorrow to find out if I did a good job so far at recovering. What if you mixed fudge with a gelatinous cube? The visual in my head is bad already. Visual in my head is bad already there. One of these days we'll get back to using Bobby in the formation. And scavenge our scales of Tiamat. We just haven't done anything lately that we've been able to use him with. There we go. We're just gonna keep pushing. Just a little bit of favor. I mean, we'll grab whatever favor we can before the stream ends. We're up to what so far? E4. Oh no, excuse me. EO5. EO5. 42,000 gems. Plus, we'll finish with a 400 bonus. Here's some silvers. Nope. Nope. Great. Don't want to use the Electrums for Blue Sheet. You don't want to use Electrums on an Evergreen champion for their gear. Just wait for the natural silvers to drop. Get them that way. It's a Tails character we're getting in January along with Raven Guard. Spurt. Spurt. Yeah. Which means Spurt won't be getting a rework anytime soon. So Winter Shield, the event that starts on the 7th, will give us the final fallbacks character, Anson. And the reworked champion that'll arrive on the 14th is Binwin. That's going to be interesting to see. Binwin's rework. But it's nice to know that Scott Kurtz was like, yeah, Binwin stuff in Idle Champions. Then at the end of January, Tales of the Champion 6 will deliver Duke Ravenguard, which again, I mean, Duke Ravenguard's huge with Strongheart, and you've given Cass, so they're giving you the unholy trinity in Tales of the Champions. Use it. Good lord. Why not? And Spurt. Who is our only critical role champion. And then February's event champion is a CNE original called Kyre, who's a human Sun Soul monk. And the rebalance champion in February will be Dinar. Dinar Blitzen from Akink the C Team. They will not have Tails in February. They're doing a variant drop instead. It's themed around elementals. And then in March, alongside the spring celebration, the reworked champion is Deacon, speed champion. It's going to be interesting to see if they do anything with his speed effect, or if it's just a support buff. And the newest champion will be the first Dragonlance champion, Raceland Majere. We do not know what Tails looks like in March. Raceland is the first of 6 Dragonlance champions dropping in 2026. A lot. So, people always wanted Dragonlance in their Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. Not the Idle Champions of Dragonlance, but the Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms. People always wanted Dragonlance. Well, now they're getting it. Now they're getting it. Good night, Valdemar, and Happy New Year's if I don't see you before then. It's the second rework for Benwin, yes. The first one was a rework nerf. Like they were... Benwin was the most OP champion and Idle champion. And they nerfed him into the Underdark. And he has been making his way out of the Underdark ever since. Turn Ben lose into Ben win. That's what I'm hoping for. But they did rework him. I mean, it was a nerf and a rework at the same time. They reworked the way his mechanics worked in a way that he sucked. And he has stayed there ever since. So it was a rework, but a nerf at the same time. Archon is technically critical role. Well, again, but Archon appears in a rule book. Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus. So Archon is... And Archon before Critical Role was also Force Grey. Their first appearance was on Force Grey. So they were a guest on Critical Role. But Spurt is a true Critical Role character. Spurt was created for and existed during a single Critical Role episode. And that was it. The game isn't idle, never was, and now isn't even Forgotten Realms. What's next? Of the? Yeah. Basically. I mean, basically they said, hey, if there's some kind of crossover, like, there's some way that a character from one of these other worlds would be here, sure. But we're not just going to that other world. Well, welcome to Dragonland. Because why not? I'm hoping it brings a lot of new people to Idle Champions. Right? Maybe brings some people back and maybe brings lots of new people because Raceland Majere. That'd be nice. All right, let's kill this guy. Yeah. And then we'll call it at 400. E11 favor is where we're starting. E11 favor. So, yeah. Tomorrow we will have completed our trials. We do have more than enough damage to run Tiamat off. Like we're at like 20 million over what we would need. And unless I think of something else that we should have been doing, we will continue working towards Commodore Crocs. Man. Yeah. But tomorrow also, that's we're going to start off with that, and then we will go to Demio X Dungeons and Dragons Battle Marked. We're going to play that game on stream tomorrow. All right, thanks for hanging out. Oh, and we'll give away more games. The final batch of games. Yeah. All of that. Yeah. All right. Thanks for hanging out. I was just making sure I didn't miss anything in chat. Have a good night. I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody.